Alright, here we go. Chaos Cup best of 7. This is the final between Max Power and Next Level. It is a best of 7, as you can see, so they have been picking maps. Starting with Waterloo at first for Max Power actually. The map that's caused lots of offsets already. This is bracket 5, by the way. It's the second lowest bracket. Then Next Level gets to pick the next few maps. Picks Socotra and Crater, somewhat similar. Hold on. Picking Socotra, banning Northern Isles, doesn't want to play water there. And Max Power bans Aftermath, as that's a map where certain civilizations are very strong. Crater comes up as the next pick. Then we have African Springs and Winged for Max Power. And to decide the last remaining map, there's another ban. Mangrove Jungle is out of the equation. And then finally Chaos Pit ending up as the first map. Game 1 map. Have we looked at the civilizations here? They've been picking accordingly, of course. 7 civilizations each, or rather 8 civilizations, including a snipe, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 civilizations and a snipe. And 2 bans. So, they're actually left with one more civ than they will end up playing, so we'll see how they go about this. We have Chaos Pit as the first map for Chaos Cup, which is interesting. Poles, bye-bye, Byzantines as well. Not reliant on the early game gold, so that's a good ban. Poles ban as well. Gathering gold through stone binding, that's just OP for Chaos Pit, because you need to chop through the woods to get to the gold, so definitely a good ban there. As far as civilizations go, Lithuanians maybe comes to mind. Food is slightly scarce. And yeah, we'll see. No, not really any obvious Chaos Pit picks there, if you ask me. Teuton's farming economy, nice for potentially selling food to get that. Portuguese might actually be able to almost pull off Men-at-Arms. At least they could go for a Drush without it affecting Loom with their 20% gold discount. Goths could be a good one as well, Men-at-Arms towers. But let's just hop into the game now and see what the first one brings. I have no idea if the Rex are working or not, so bear with me if it suddenly stops before the game has ended. It's just the way things are these days. Chaos Pit it is. You need to chop through the wood. These 3 layers of wood here to get to the gold and stones in the back. No gold in the pit in the middle. Some hills here as well, so I've seen Tatars being picked on this map as well. 5 water buffalo, or is it 6 water buffaloes to start, and 5 deer in the patch, but 2 patches of berries as well. So there is food, it's just a different kind of food disposition than you might be used to from Arabia and such. It's more Socotra-like in that regard. So Next Level with the Lithuanians here, as speculated, and Teuton's certainly working out decently here as well with their cheaper farms. You could sell food for gold for Castle Age with a couple of additional farms that you will be affording anyway. And they have nice towers and castles, more garrison space inside the town center as well. Instant murder holes. They have some good things going for them. Lithuanians, scouts maybe, Teuton's scouts maybe. It comes to mind because of the nature of the map, no gold early on. Both players obviously getting bloodlines, but you're not going to get that unless you chop through to the gold and mine it, or build a market and sell, for example, food to be able to afford bloodlines if you're playing the long game or extended feudal age. Yeah, extended scouts, so to speak, multiple stables and scouts, we'll see. For the Lithuanians, their trash units move faster, they have almost full upgrades as well, fletching. Bracer, the only thing missing for... Oh, sorry, Lithuanians missing some melee and infantry upgrades here, otherwise decent enough. Fully upgraded skirmishers, for example. Whereas the Teuton's player here gets... does not get Bracer, otherwise a build blacksmith there. Teutons also get +1 melee armor in the Castle Age as a civilization bonus, and another +1 in the Imperial Age, also as a civilization bonus. So Lithuanians should be able to go up first here. I'm not sure what the plan is. You could still play towers, maybe assisted by some faster moving trash units like spearmen, skirmishers. Seen that plenty of times in Chaos Pit, just that extended feudal age aggression with what you have at hand. And there are 2 patches of stone, but it's only 2 patches as well. So 2 castles worth of stone for each player. That doesn't give you as many towers as you'd think with the... Excuse me. With the 175 stone cost of towers. A little bit of wood inefficiency here with 2 villagers. No, they're not chopping the same tree actually. You need to be clever with the lumberjack management. This isn't serving any good purpose here for the next lever, unfortunately. It's just delaying things over here. And, most of the time you'll see 2 lumberjacks working on one woodland, and you'll just micromanage them to get going. Because you want to get through as soon as possible to get to the golds and the area in the back here, and you could actually start pushing the other player as well if you're significantly earlier through. Looks like we'll have the feudal ages on the way here, next lever, being up first here, but nothing to wait. Yellow is actually still missing a little bit of food to go up here, places that's those first few cheap Teutons farms. And goes for another few villagers here, so that's going to be a significant lead to the feudal age for next lever here. We'll probably try to pressure the berries and woodland here. We could actually pressure both with 1 tower around this area, subpar, but possible. But you'll want army to back it as well, so we'll probably see a barracks popping up here soon. That guy's probably going to go and build a barracks. There we go. And we'll see if it's the scouts or what's happening here. 1 berry batch taken here. Berry disposition sort of better for our yellow guy here going to stone. So we're going to see some Teuton's towers here, possibly defensively, given the transition to the feudal age here, going up at 23 pop, which is sort of uncommon, but it's going to give a much healthier economy going into the feudal age. And allow for some tower defense. Okay, it's going to be the scouts. Stable goes up here. Not sure if the scouts will be doing too much given the small walling going on here. They could punish the stone income. Let's have a look at scouting here as well for next lever. Good scouting from Mark Landers in the yellow here as well, spotting the stable going up. Villagers have loom, so you're not going to kill those. That's 1 less villager working for our yellow player here, so that's also down to 75% working efficiency given the garrisoning of the TC here. Build that spearman. Oh, it's denied the walls. That's huge actually. It allows the scouts to still pass through here. There's still an opening over here as well, so. Nice early damage here from the Lithuanians. Now getting housed in the process and not really stress out too much about it. No panic house here, just casually placing 2 slow houses here, but the scouts production has ceased. Mark Landers, not really with any wood for, well, doesn't even have a barracks, so we're not going to see any spearman defense here. Is milling the second, second berry patch as well. Blacksmith, okay, so he's going to go tower defense with fletching here probably then. It's peculiar to see the blacksmith going up without any units benefiting from it, but I guess that Teutons, you don't get murder holes in the feudal age, of course, but I mean, if you're able to pop up a few decent defensive towers and then get through to the backside, maybe you could just hold off the aggression, beat the opponent to the castle age, and strike back at them that way. still some way to go here, but we're getting closer. Probably halfway through for both of them. Still another layer of wood to chop through, so we're not going to get to the gold axis just yet. Here comes a range as well. That's going to be skirmishers for next level to have a response to the spearman defense that is about to come from Mark Landers now. And here comes the tower as well. That one and only tower. Next level hasn't been mining any stone. Might not do so either, but that's a good tower. Denies that patch of berries, then you can use the scouts to deny the other one. Seems to be getting a villager here as well, so that's... Oh, didn't get it. Good, good reaction from Yellow to salvage that villager's life. And that tower isn't even hidden away, so Mark Landers immediate reaction there. Scouts need to be here now. They need to deal with these... builders trying to build a tower. That's a Titanic tower for next level there. That's not going to go up anytime soon, and he deleted it, so we'll still be able to build a tower. Maybe that should go on the stone and the wood instead, and maybe next level should consider start mining stone as well for offensive or defensive towers. It's risky in any real case to tower rush the Teutons, because Teutons they can garrison twice as many villagers. So even if Mark Landers didn't push down this tower here with villagers, he'd still be able to win the tower fight easily through building the tower with more villagers and garrisoning more as well. Not sure if it gives increased damage output, but even so, it's quicker to build, and you can still keep all the building villagers safe. Skirmishers added here. Our Teutons player definitely closer to the gas ledge here. Could drop a market, sell the stone, go to the gas ledge. Yeah, here we see the tower situation in practice, right? 6 villagers against 4. Good reaction here. The TL tower is actually going to go up here. The one and only tower, and that delays the access to the gold in the back here. That might even reach a little bit of the gold later on. So a very good tower actually. Completely idling the woodland now. Forcing Mark Landers to relocate. Does not have enough wood for another lumber camp. There are some stragglers here that could be taken as a an emergency wood source here, but yeah, so I guess the tower goes down. It's not really any point in repairing that, but it's certainly a decent distraction here from next level. Idled the wood income for a long time here now. That makes it harder to make more spearmen, makes it takes longer to get through, and in the back here, are we through actually? I think we're through. Yep. Next level has gold access now, which makes it easier to prepare for the cast lake transition, and whatever you need to go for. I mean, Lithuanians here, easy relic in the middle. Only 3 relics on this map, so so the Lithuanians can't really max out on that one. There's a random house over here. I feel like next level is in the lead here. Seems to have used the market to go to the castle age, but he doesn't realize, but he has gold access in the back now. So should maybe consider starting mining some of that gold for the early nights in the castle age. Mark Landers could just drop a market and sell food for castle age now. That's exactly what he's doing as well. Seems to be breaking through here very soon as well. 20 wood left to get through. We'll see how much of an advantage it is being to the getting to the gas stage like 1.5 minutes ahead of the opponent here. Should be potentially huge, at least if you have the gold economy to pump out some knights. The feudal army is still alive as well. Skirmishers, which means that spearman defense for the Teutons isn't really an easy option here against the first wave of knights either. Might need to replenish some lumber camp in the back here soon to increase the efficiency of the production. Castle Age, 1.5 minutes to go for Mark Landers here, which means that there will be at least 4 Lithuanian knights out, if not more, before Mark Landers can respond to that. So gone for a stable as well. So might want to go for the tankier Teuton's Knights here. Just now going to gold. So the gold income is a little bit delayed here for Mark Landers compared to the opponent, making it harder to keep up with the production. First knight is out, could definitely idle some farms here. Might want to consider hitting the berries as well. They are about to deplete, but some more villagers moving away now. Okay, they're actually going for a little bit of farming here. Easy wall-ups though. Just a little quick gate here and you should be able to keep the knight out. Great use of the skirmishers here, idling the farm economy. Let's see if that knight can get through at all here. Nice house walling here from yellow. And the knight is through. This could be bad for the farmers. Nothing here to protect them, and there's a weak villager here as well. Yeah, I think this knight gets all of these villagers unless Mark Landers is able to pull over and hide in the tower or something. Yeah, that's going to be at least 3 kills for that knight, maybe 4. Depending on the situation. That's 2. And the third one, okay, yeah, that's value. Great value from just 1 knight there. And we have 4 knights total. Do we have the monster yet? Not really. I like how the building foundations prepare sort of a wall around the base as well. Eventually, like Slever will be looking at a full wall base here. Fully walled base. Taken stable for Mark Landers. Food gold situation, at least enough to keep 1 stable producing, but the gold income is there's only 5 of gold. That's never going to let you produce with 2 stables. And here comes the Castle of Death in front of Mark Landers' base as well. Does not currently have enough wood for another TC, which will probably be going up in the back here, but its castle really fortifies the position in the middle area. If that castle goes up, we'll be looking at most, if not all, of the farm economy around the town center here going idle. Could be a GG castle, honestly. It doesn't range the TT, but I think, but it ranges some farmers, or maybe it does actually. If we get the appropriate upgrades. Good, quick wall, a night wall as well. Quick wall knights. I like that. Not allowing the Teuton's player to get close to the castle builders. It's building rather slowly, but it will complete, and there comes the gate. No, wait. Alright. Yellow will try to focus the builders here. I still think this castle goes up. And next lever matches the number of knights as well. It's gonna be huge for yellow if this castle actually gets denied, though. The villagers aren't really getting to the foundation here. One of the guys is passing through. If he quick walls himself in, maybe he'll be able to complete the castle, but that's a big if. Skirmishers taking out Teuton's Knights. That's something I can't say I've seen before. Yeah, tries the quick walls here now. Quick gate as well, and you might just be able to keep things going. See, gold is becoming an issue here. Can't really get those knights running. Okay, the quick stone wall goes up. And there aren't any ranged units here for Mark Landers to stop this. So this castle completes. It's going to be only 1 villager though, so that's value for Mark Landers there. The 9 villagers lost total for next level now, but there are also 2 town centers and a villager lead for our teal player. So I think the fact that this castle goes up is still worth the sacrifice of some of these villagers, and besides, next level killed 4 villagers as well, so it's a comfortable lead now. There's wheelbarrow for Mark Landers though, so that essentially means that Mark Landers is only effectively 3 villagers behind, with although the farms aren't working, his farming economy is more efficient than that of the Lithuanian player. Oh, the quick walls! Almost failing that, but does get the kill here, Mark Landers. That's 10-4 KD now, but still a builder's lead for next level, and there is enough stone to drop another town center, maybe in the back here, for example, to further extend the economy. Castle will probably eventually produce lightises as well. Well, there's already 1 lightis out, actually. Did we get the relic? Still didn't get the relic. One ram popping out here shouldn't be enough. The elites can just garrison inside. You could make petards here to deal with the battering ram, so it shouldn't be an issue. Looks like the raiding knights have been dealt with. Next level definitely ahead. They're 10 builders ahead now. Military situation, nothing too crazy for the players here. The villager now inside of the castle, but this ram needs to be dealt with. This is too easy for for next level. No, for Marklanders. If this castle goes down to just one ram, there's another one in the queue as well. There we go, popping out with some more like this and easily winning that fight. Like it ignores enemy units' armor, so they're effectively better than knights for that reason. HP is similar, the attack is actually, base attack is higher as well. It's a better unit in all accounts, except for maybe Gear's armor. A little bit of raiding going on here, but looks like an even trade for the players. A little bit of hill advantage for next level as well. Good spot over there, and the walls are about to complete, so raiding is going to get increasingly harder for Marklanders here. We'll need to go through the back unless they decide to wall off the sides here. Neither of them have done so, actually, so that's a little bit surprising. Starting town center goes down. Now, if next lever is really clever, he'll go for the next lever play and place a TC over here with some of his villagers and steal all of these farms. And if Marklanders doesn't notice in time, that's probably 10-15 free farms for the opponent. No idea where she's going, but maybe a forward siege workshop or something. Maybe a misclick. There's a hole! There's always a hole! And another villager kill for Marklanders over here. It's 12-5 now. Seriously, where's it going? What's the big idea here? What kind of masterpiece play are we going to see this woman doing? Where's she going? What is this? Just casually sneaking past the base, town center, enemy armies, and placing 2 stables inside of next level's economy. Okay, this is going to be exciting. The food economy isn't too comforting here. They're going into pikemen against the cavalry armies of next level as well. They're Teuton's pikemen, so they have more melee armor for that reason, so they might not be too bad, but we're still missing some castle age upgrades here for them to be truly efficient. Just cleaning up some buildings now. Steal these farms, come on, it's free farming economy, it's free real estate. And how on earth these sneaks aren't... Yeah, he sees them now. He's got vision, he's got power watch, he's got shit tons of farms that could get sniped by this one knight if he wants to, but... this is interesting. So Marklanders is hanging in there. Next level is struggling to close out the game here after taking an early lead with the aggression all the way. Now we have 3 town centers for Teutons only, and about to be a 4th one, and only 2 for next level. So that eco lead situation that might change soon into the favor of Marklanders, who is almost able to afford a castle as well, wherever that castle might go. Could be over here. Maybe he wants to flex things with the Teutonic Knights. Maybe we'll get to see Lightis fighting against Teutonic Knights. So ignoring armor could come in handy there for sure. Ignoring... Yeah, should be interesting. The sneak stables are packed. This is fascinating. You should never get away with that, sneaking like that. Just maximum payout for finding the opening in the next lever's base there from Marklanders and sneaking up 2 stables that aren't really that sneaky. They're visible for Marklanders here, but this is changing the game. The villager count is evening out. The Teuton's Knights have +2 defense plus that melee bonus of the Teuton civilization as well, and it's about to turn the villager situation over to Marklanders' lead. More military, more army. Next lever seems like a stronger early game player than late game player here looking at this. Marklanders survives the aggression, pushing back, gets some beautiful raids in, and now has a massive military advantage with lots of pikes to deal with the cavalry investment of next lever as well, who still didn't collect a relic! Yeah, great value from the raids here. The Lithuanian cavalry comes in to join. Here's his forward siege. This sneaky woman is still alive. And here comes the Teuton castle up defensively here to protect this farming economy as well. Could actually reclaim this situation over here. And when the farming economy is strong enough, you could go Imperial Age as well. And then the forward Lithuanian castle is history. Unless this castle doesn't just die to the pikeman poking away here. It's going to take them a long while with 1 damage per hit, but things are happening here. 11 knights to 9 knights, which means that next lever technically has an advantage here, but is lacking in the upgrades. Only +1/+1 against the +1/+2 and another +1 defense for Marklanders here. So even taking this fight for next lever, it's not going to be a great one. Maybe with some help from DC Fire, we're getting somewhere, but alright, just walling the sides. Should not be letting any more raids in here, but needs to deal with these forward buildings to stop the raids as well. As Marklanders just pulls away. Now scouting both the sides with some stray units here for next lever. Some stone walls up. Ooh! Ooh! That could backfire for Marklanders here. That's an opening. Yeah, finally the forward base gets dealt with. Next lever, taking serious hits. So look at the eco depths here. 47 villagers, only 2 towns that they're still. Marklanders lacking heavily in the gold department for some reason, but is still set in terms of farming and gold income to be earlier to the Imperial Age. That's what he needs here. Get to the Imperial Age, deal with this forward castle, start pushing the middle, GG. So the sneak base gets cleaned up. That's going to be some knights going down to waste as well. Comfortable cavalry lead now for next lever. Yeah, it looks like it's cleaned up here. Let's... Okay, finally the monster is there, but the monk is not snagging the relic, and the monster is nearly within castle range as well for Marklanders, who could get more castles up, could get to congratulations, but look at that, he's going for the Imperial Age, he's going to get an halberdier upgrade for the pikeman, and he's going to start trebucheting down this castle. Right, Knights cleaning up the forward. Imperial Age on the way for Marklanders here now. Next lever still 20 villagers behind. Has failed to queue villagers out of the multiple TCs. Placed the foundation here, didn't start building it yet. And did, however, get the relic. So now sort of evening out the melee defense advantage of the Teutons. Until Imperial Age anyway. With +1 melee armor. And here we have a total of... No, we don't, because we don't have iron forging, so never mind. Still underwhelming power to the Lithuanians. Cavalry here. Castle not producing like this. Stables not producing knights. They're a bit hesitant in producing armies here, especially now on the way to Imperial Age. You'll want as many units as possible to benefit from the Imperial Age upgrades, so you should definitely keep producing knights. Task more villagers to gold. Does Marklanders know there's a DC Foundation to come up here or what? Why is he patrolling that area? He's just waiting for that gold to run. This is clever, actually. He's waiting for that. He knows that gold is going to run out soon, so he's patrolling the area with gold, so the next level won't get to place the town center just yet. And another 3 villager kills for free for Marklanders here, but yeah, these guys will be cleaned up, of course. Stonewall suicide now, so should limit any raids from this side. Walling complete on this side as well. Even some outposts just to get a warning when the aggression pushes through. And all things considered, even being behind the economy, next level has a comfortable army strength lead here. The pikes are still missing some defense upgrades, but they have the attack, so if they take fights against the knights, they should be doing okay. And here comes the first trebuchet, and there's still 30 seconds to go for Imperial Age, so Marklanders, if he produces another trebuchet, he'll be having 2 trebuchets out before next level has the first one prepared. Castle attacking the monastery, so the next level is pulling away the relic with the monk, and probably wants to prepare a monastery somewhere at home base here to keep that one safe. Maybe we could place one next to the castle. 2 castles now for the Teutons. It's a long first game, this one. 49 minutes in, and Marklanders has just bitten hold of what he can and survived over here. Yeah, that castle's definitely going down. But the trebuchet will as well. Murder holes or not for the Teutons, that's an easy snipe for the Lithuanians cavalry when there's nothing to protect them here. Significant chunk of halberdiers for the Teutons here though, so that trebuchet will not be sniped easily. Forward castle is history. But Marklanders is in good control over the sides here, tries for some stables to the side again, but will not be getting through here easily. And with the houses and the outposts and everything, next level could easily just re-wall further behind. Yeah, all the way back home here, why not? But now we have 1, about to become 2 trebuchets. This castle not working though, so you could research conscription in one castle and build a trebuchet in the other, but still an army strength advantage for Marklanders. Looks like he's aiming for the town center now, maybe some of the production buildings as well. And the halberdiers here, there's nothing here to deal with those for next level for the time being. Yes, has 6 elite skirmishers, so he's thinking about it. No university, but with chemistry you could go into hand cannoneers with the Lithuanians here as well. The options are there, the economy might not be, and for some reason the wood economy is completely drained for next level at the moment. Yeah, these knights should not move this close to the halberdiers. Oh, that's suicide, suicide, even with the cover from the elite skirmishers here, should be... okay, they don't even have the relics bonus. This is I mean, yes, next level is winning this one, but it's still a fantastic fight for Marklanders, losing just a few halberdiers to kill so many of these knights. And the GG is called. What the turnaround! Nice comeback indeed. I agree. Definitely agreed. So we'll be going to next level's first home map. Just have a look at the stats first. Well, Teutons are kind of classed as a defensive civ, aren't they? So that's exactly what they did here. More kills. Lots of builder kills. 63. 63 eco kills there. Very convincing eco lead. You might expect that with the cheaper Teutons farms, but still well played. And more builders overall. So let's look at the map draft here. The first map, Chaos Pit actually goes into Max Power's hands. We'll have Socotra, Crater, or Mangrove Jungle next. So let's just hop into game number two and see what they have in store for us for this one. Socotra, and we have Mayans vs Goths. This should be a messy one. Alright, Socotra is player spawn further away than it could be, so that's good news. Elephant a bit to the side for next lever. Slightly, no, he finds it actually, but slightly harder to find when it's on the side like that. But yeah, I don't see any huge troubles with Elephant laming here for either player. Next lever, if he gets lucky and moves over to this side, he might be able to take the Elephant with the Eagle Scout. But Mark Landers' Scout, Max Powers' Scout is also close to home base here, and he's going in for the Elephant now. Should be fine. 2 villagers forward for the Mayans. I mean, 1 I would understand, because the Mayans start with 1 extra villagers, but 2 villagers, that seems almost excessive. It's collecting a little bit of berries, but the idea is to wall in the berries here, and is looking for the hunt on the other side while scouting the back with the Eagle. So going to kill the Ostrich here, so Marklanders will either have to mill them instantly, or just long distance hunt them to not lose too much food here. Not that big of a deal for the Goths though, because the Goths hunters, they carry more. You don't need that mill really as the Goths, because they carry more, so you'll be able to send 3 villagers to each carcass here and harvest it all without worrying about going back and forth. Yeah, so he's tempted to engage here. Oh, you trap it actually. Good. 1 house foundation here on these villagers is almost trapped. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Does not see the berries being walled here, but 2 villagers forward like this for next level, that's 2 villagers not working, so that's essentially giving the eco lead to the Goths here. Oh, he's looking for that villager, but she moved further away. She's moving back home now, I think. Stone placement's not ideal here for Marklanders. You could wall in both these stones, and suddenly you won't be able to defend yourself with more than the 1 tower you can actually afford. Goths will be playing infantry here, I think. They could play man-at-arms towers. Then again, archers, range units, very useful and powerful on Socotra, so we might even see the Goths player going archers here as well. You never know. But with the cheaper and faster producing infantry, you'll be able to produce more militia in the Dark Age to be really annoying to your opponent, should you so desire. Decent scouting here, knows the location now, because this house indicating that the DC could be very close like here, so wouldn't want to get too close to that. Did not scout the berries, and could also scout the backside too, just to confirm where the wood is being taken for denying it later on, but overall decent vision for Marklanders as well. He knows what's up over here. Not a lamer, apparently, did not move forward a villager, Marklanders, to take out the hunt here, although I think he might one-shot these ostrich with a regular villager with the Goths bonus as well. They kill the hunt faster and they carry more. Oh, now he's moving over to mill the berries and is going to find it blocked. So you need to punch through. That's some valuable villager working time going into bringing out the berries, but look at the villager situation here. Next lever, 141. Marklanders, 7, 8, 9 seconds of idle TC time. Way ahead here now to the Mayans. It's not going to be the most efficient foraging ever, but taking out 2 of the palisades, that's a start. Going to get some berry income there, and maybe just seed a few farms and you're good to go in terms of feudal age here for the Goths, and the Mayans obviously not even close here. Mayans resources last longer, so that helps a little bit here, but even the wood situation, you start with less wood as the Mayans, so it's a little bit more awkward to afford the buildings as you go. Where are you going now? Gonna scout for the berries, perhaps? That would be the perfect target for an early Goth's infantry aggression here. Hill advantage, you could take that with the scouts if you want. Don't see any barracks here yet though, so I think it's going to be feudal age aggression for Marklanders here. 6 on wood, some on berries, now going to stone. Yeah, gonna play the towers, possibly men-at-arms as well, but just towers could work as well as long as you protect them well enough with the towers within line of sight, line of fire from each other, and preferably walling their foundation so that enemy villagers can't just pound them down, because villagers have bonus damage against buildings and stone walls for that matter. And against trees. I haven't seen that before, but that's funny. Barracks for the Mayans, somehow earlier to the feudal age here, next level, but the Goths, again, Marklanders is going up to the feudal age later. Might play into his favor again, like the Chaos Pit game, if he's able to defend. But it's peculiar that with this kind of idleness in time, next level is up to the next age earlier. Could have been some food issues as well, having to unblock the berries before moving on, but yeah, 5 farms working here. Should be easy to pump out infantry units here, but the problem is, as the Goths, when you're up against the Mayans going for what is presumably straight archers here, your infantry won't really be doing much. Instantly a defensive tower, we saw defensive towers the previous Chaos Pit game as well, so not a bad idea to place a few defensive towers here while walling off the sides. Seen this opening as well. That's not an opening, so just a house foundation here and you should be quite okay, but that needs to be plugged as well. Otherwise, danger is knocking at your door over here. Yeah, not hating that tower. Defending the second stone and definitely defending the 3-tile gold here now, while walling to keep the gold at home safe. I'm liking Marklanders' approach so far, and the food economy set up here is certainly allowing for beating the Mayans players to the castle age. Maybe even get the castle up, not waste too much on the towers, but get the castle up and get to the Huskarls, and then suddenly the Mayans are struggling, because Huskarls would deal with eagles decently, or quite well actually, and they would most definitely deal with archers and plumed archers nicely. Let's see how next level adapts to this. Seize the 2 towers because of the palisades here, since they're attacking. The base of Marklanders is officially full wall now, so archers' aggression won't be doing too much here. So you need to adapt, maybe try to start thinking about castle age, but with the investment already being made, Marklanders is well ahead here now, going to gold as well by the looks of it. And seeding a few more farms. Going to have a massive lead to the castle age here, Marklanders. No military made early this game for Marklanders. Why doesn't he make military early? I mean, it seems to be working. Just relying on walls and a couple of defensive towers, but that should be really... I should be careful to say easy to punish for next level, but next level is being a little bit too passive here, all things considered. Three stone miners, 500-ish food. Nicely set up for an earlier castle age, as said, and with these two towers already here, it should be fairly easy to get a castle up on the hill as well, with some cover fire from these Goths towers. And then the game is on to push through at the Mayans and take them out before they can get to whatever their death wall might be. Oh, next level actually committed to the feudal age here, okay. Will they get through though? There's stone for more defensive towers here for Mark Landers. Scout is history, but that doesn't really matter too much for the occasion. They're trying to find a weak spot here, but the Goths player could just place another tower here. Okay, next level actually sees that tower going up. We'll try for another spot over here. This is indirectly good news for next level though, to force another defensive tower, because it delays any castles in the castle age. Looks like Marklanders might be planning to wall this section off as well, not let the archers in. Maybe the castle goes here instead, and then we'll start pumping out the Huskarls, break through at the Mayan base, and raid with the very tanky Pierce Armor Huskarl unit. Yes, the archers are through. They will need to pass through Town Center and Tower Fire here though, and Marklander's just 50 seconds away from the castle age here. One Kelly skin, that's just Scout, starting Scout on Marklanders, and is successfully defended again. 100 stone short of a castle. Maybe he'll use the market to tweak that just to get that castle up. A castle up on this hill would be very beneficial for the Goths at this stage, but you don't necessarily need to rush it at this point. Next level already preparing for the Huskarls, going to go into men-at-arms and longswords and bail on the archer's idea. I thought the difference to castle age would be more significant, to be honest. It's 1.5 minutes to go for next level, and Marklanders isn't definitely on the passive side here, hasn't made a single military unit so far this game. But here comes the castle. Why not on the hill though? There's cover fire from towers here. And it would even range the production buildings of next level here. But maybe he wants to just hide it away, not risk any surprises here. There's definitely vision for next level's buildings here, and he has military, something that Marklanders, for the time being, does not. But already forcing a tech switch of the opponent, that's expensive as well. Upgrades, men-at-arms, longswords, defense, attack. Takes a long while to get there, and it's expensive on the current farming and gold economy of next level here. Siege Workshop is going to try and ram the castle down again. It's within castle fire, so that's not really going to do too much. 2 Huskarls, and all of these archers are history. +2 defense is in. The second attack, no, the first attack is in as well. And next level looks for another point of approach here with the Siege Workshop. Maybe he wants to make Scorpions here against the infantry units. That might be the play. Decent chunk of longswords as well. Can we assume supplies have been? Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe mines don't get that. I'm not sure who gets supplies and not, but supplies come to mind as well if you want to spam a continuous amount of militia line units. Just knocking at the door here, letting the next level know, okay, my Huskarls are out. Good luck on that. Longswords are out as well. And some melee bonus damage here, right? So they should be a good match for the Huskarls. Same HP, slightly higher attack for the Huskarls, but then there's the Yeah, we'll see how they trade. Actually, the Huskarls have higher base attack and comparable melee armor, but that's only until the second armor upgrade comes in here. Setback for the Mayans, they don't get champions as far as I recall, so they're not exactly lined up to be an infantry civilization. Siege workshop in place. Gonna see some scorpions here perhaps. Where's the units production from Mark Landers? Obviously the archers won't be doing much here, but they could annoy the economy. But we definitely need more villagers on the Goths here. There's no excuse not to spam more infantry units here, especially when you have eco in the bank. Yeah, some more Huskarls in the queue, but there's still resources in the bank. Just spam that Huskarl hotkey. Maybe go for a little bit of counterattack. That's what we're seeing here. Nice. Some Huskarl raids finding their way inside of next level's base. Should be easy enough for the longswords to clean up. And here they go to contest Mark Landers' TC. But hit point wise, the Huskarls are at a disadvantage here. Archers joining in as well. I'm not sure how much difference that makes in the overall situation here. Anarchy probably not a priority for next level here just yet, but if you get to it, then you could also produce Huskarls out of barracks. Maybe at this point you want to consider getting into longswords as the Goths here as well. But most importantly, keep producing units, queue more than one unit at a time, and just try to outmass next level's side. I'm saying barracks because the Goths barracks work 20% faster as well, and in the Imperial Age with perfusion, it's 100% on top of that as well, so instant creation. Mayans should never be able to keep up, but they have economy to justify it, so that's certainly something to keep in mind here, of course. It's going for the market. Doesn't want next level to trade resources or whatever army composition is going on here. Impressive longswords count now. More longswords for the Mayans than the Goths player has Huskarls, and that's only with 2 barracks production. It's kind of choke pointy here though, so a couple of Scorpions to join in with the Huskarls here. That could certainly turn things around. The towers also have 10 garrison space, so until the longswords pop out, you could garrison villagers. Might well consider it for the added firepower here anyway as well, actually. There's no fletching for either player, which is surprising with the archers of next level to begin with, actually. But yeah, these upgrades, ranged upgrades, also apply to buildings like towers and castles. So that's something you'll need to do additional damage to something like raiding longswordsmen from this. That applies to town. I think fletching affects town centers as well. Huskarls, 23 longswords, but more longswords in production for next level. Is Mark Landers actually idling for Imperial Age here? I don't think so either. It's just not spending the resources consistently enough here. Next attack upgrade coming in, so that's going to outmatch the lack of iron forging from next level. And another castle going up as well. Oh, that could almost get sniped by the Mangonel, but I think we're fine here. About to break through here for the longswords, but that's a decent castle from Mark Landers. It would have been even more ideal further to the left to secure more gold, but it does secure this gold, but that's like half depleted already. We're going to need some longswords of his own for Marklanders here, or possibly an Imperial Age on the way. So if you get the Imperial Age upgrades here, maybe Elite Huskarl, that could make a difference as well. But this is a very convincing amount of units for next level, and as we know, Maya's economy, it lasts longer, it's much stronger. The gold will last longer inside of the base. See, this one isn't even depleted, and it's just a much healthier economy running for next level, even only with 2 more villagers here. I think that Mangonel goes down as the longswords are on stand ground. They're not really engaging here. One more hit and the Mangonel is down. Value for Marklanders there. Going to the Imperial Age. So he's been idling production to go Imperial Age here. Now not producing units at all. Again, a little bit of a setback here when you have the 2 castles to produce. And you see all of these Mayans units on the field. You need to keep producing. Lots of stuff going on there. Need to react to the aggression as well. There's definitely not enough stone for an additional castle here, but another castle on this side would certainly come in handy. Let's compare again the strength of these forces. The HP difference isn't that significant. Numbers is 28 total, but some longswords on this side as well. Siege rush up going up. Maybe going to try and push down the castle with rams over here. Imperial Age closing in for next level as well. Collecting stone in the back here, within the raiding range of the Huskarls. Relics could be collected for gold as well. Neither player has had the initiative to do so just yet. Eco KD is surprisingly low for a Socotra 36-minute game here. They're both with at least 2 town centers. But Marklanders has 2 castles up, could get some trebuchets out and protect them with the Huskarls. Let's see what he prioritizes in Imperial Age. If it's going to be the last attack upgrade or Elite Huskarl, that's rather costly. I think 3 Scorpions here, they have a bit of a choke point as well, but the Mangonel is close. Mangonel could take out all these 3 in one shot if need be. Admirable defense from Marklanders here. Finally the barracks! And maybe it's perfusion we're going to see here. It's been the plan all along to get to the Imperial Age, get conscription and perfusion, and get some longswords and eventually 200 swordsmen, possibly a champion for the Goths here. "17 Huskarls, 3 Scorpions." That's what on the move right now. Bodkid that's probably for the castles. We might see crenellations eventually as well. Beautiful choke point here for the Scorpions to get hits in on the longswords before they can enter. And the army situation, it's dwindling a bit here now for next level. Score deceivingly even here. Monasteries up could be with an intent of collecting relics as well. And you could of course try and convert Huskarls. And there's the Imperial Age click for next level. But the issue is Mayans don't get champions to my knowledge. So that's even with the lack of upgrades for the Goths, the final armor upgrade, not having a champion is going to hurt the Mayans here. Trying for a castle on the hill. And Marklanders sees it, doesn't he? Second treb in the queue as well. This castle will not survive for long. It might not even complete. It might not even complete with the Huskarls roaming in here. The longswords are on the wrong side. They can't help out here. And there's another wave of Huskarls over here as well. That castle does not complete. And Marklanders takes the second game on Socotra here. Again, showing strong late gameplay, but very passive in the opening. So next level needs to keep up that aggression and punish the later uptimes of Marklanders. Punish the indecisiveness, should we say? Just a little bit on the passive side. Alright, let's browse through the stats yet again here. Longsword in for Marklanders as well. Perfusion might be affordable at some point, and then there's no chance for the Mayans. Still with 2 minutes or so to go for the... I actually cancelled it, I think. But yeah, so even longer to go for the Imperial Age then. Better eco for the Mayans. Didn't really get raided at home, but didn't get through to do nearly enough damage to the yellow player's side either. Alright, that's Socotra down, which means we'll be going to Crater or Mangrove Jungle next. So let's dive into it and yeah, actually let's aspect the civilizations as well and see what we have going on for us. We have had the Mayans losing, we have had the Lithuanians losing, and the Goths and Students winning. And speculating Crater. Incas Towers, perhaps. Eagles later on. Khmer, super fast. Up times, fast archers. Japanese men at arms towers, I'd love that for Crater. Koreans comes to mind as well, they're strong, but we may need those for other maps. Let's just hop into the third game here. Crater coming up, Bulgarians, Malians. Bulgarians make sense as well, instant men at arms. Both strong men at arms civilizations here. However, Malians, should they choose to go for archers, they actually have access to arbalests, whereas Bulgarians don't even get crossbows. So Bulgarians for next lever here. We'll see if the early men-at-arms aggression can pay off here. You could do Drush into men-at-arms and follow up with scouts as well. And if your Drush is out early enough, you could definitely take care of some Ibex as well and just finish them off. So Lithuanians comes to mind as a decent pick here as well, because you could really cripple the opponent's food through getting to the opponent's side early on and take out the hunt so they can't benefit from it. Marklanders with the Malians. Plus 1 pierce armor per age for the infantry line starts in the feudal age. So a total of plus 3 extra pierce armor for the infantry line. That's what they popularly call the champ scarls for the Malians. So the champions. Almost like a Huskarl because of the extra pierce armor. We'll see if it gets to that. We had the other two games going to Imperial Age, so we might have another one here. Remains to be seen. Oh, she's just taking a small lunch break in the steep hill over here, but there she goes for the wood line. Doesn't start working. Bit hesitant, this woman, to get started. Gold's really far forward here for next lever. I guess it goes for both of them. It might be intended that way. But you know, 1 tower here and you deny 2 golds. Not to say a castle later on. In fact, if you get the castle up here somehow, you could technically deny all 3 golds with the appropriate ranged upgrades. Pushing in some of the hunt here, but also bringing in the boar at the same time. They're both pushing in hunt, aren't they? Couple of houses here for Marklanders. Smells like a men-at-arms build order to me, with 2 houses going up and then... it could actually still be a Drush as well. We'll see what happens. So denying wood is huge on this map. If you get the tower up on the woodline, if you succeed with that, they have to relocate, or at the very least counter tower. And if you catch them off guard, they might not even be able to hold your aggression out. And then if you have men-at-arms accompanying your aggression, you'll deny the wood, and then you're left with only 5 strangler trees around your town center. And that's, needless to say, that's not going to last you very long. So what's going on over here? Malians player Now milling some of the hunt still. Ooh. So on Crater often the hunt shows up very close to the berries, but in this case it's so far away you might actually want to consider milling the ibex first and then the berries later. Or of course just push them in like the players are doing. Several options here. That one's gonna go all the way back to the town center, I think. Food situation looks quite similar. There's one more on food for Mark Landers, but that's also because of having one more villager overall here. The better idle town center situation here for Mark Landers. A little bit of a long hunting distance here doesn't really matter because their mill is here, so going to get that rather efficiently collected rather efficiently anyway. Barracks goes up, loom is in. This is either, yeah, it looks like a man-at-arms build to me. Barracks going up now, force drops on food, and click that fuel H. No gold investment, but I guess you could tweak that a little bit later. No extra gold taken, so it's not necessarily the rush. You can see the wood savings on the Malians here as well. 6 on wood only, but still more wood in the bank than... or 6 on wood, yes, but more wood in the bank than the next lever here, who is on the way to the feudal age. They both are. Did they forget to go to gold, or what's the play here? Are we going to see Malian scouts, maybe? 4 farms, no less. Thank you, Malian's wood savings. 3 more ibex to be pushed here. Bulgarians, that should definitely be the militia. Here they come. Once again, it's a lead to the next stage for next lever, going up at a lower population than the opponent. But the idle this time sort of hurts in that regard, because you won't have as much of an advantage as you could have. It's about 26 seconds difference between the two, but there's also 2 more villagers for Marklanders, which means that more resources are being brought in on the way to the next stage. And this is going to be the scouts. It's actually going to be the scouts, but the wood situation is too low to afford a stable as well. No gold mining, no stone mining. I'm a little bit confused here. I suppose you could force drop some wood here and get that stable up. Scouts against... Men-at-arms though. Okay, here comes the range. Is expecting the men-at-arms, but look at that. 20 pop for next level, 20 villagers. Also able to drop the stable here and pump out some scouts in addition to the men-at-arms, because the men-at-arms upgrade doesn't cost anything. It's instant for the Bulgarians. I love how the scout is staying here as well, trying to deny the small walls, but unfortunately not succeeding. No stone investment here for next lever, and accompanying the men-at-arms with some towers. That's comes to mind on for me for sure. You wanna deny the woodland as much as possible, because the stragglers are only going to get you that far, and these are already being chopped down by Marklanders, so he might have some serious wood issues in not too long here. It's gonna break through. I mean, I don't understand what's going on. Now he's going to gold, finally going to gold. So gonna get some archers out against these men-at-arms. One archer is affordable on the starting gold, but this is gonna take some time. You'll need more archers to deal with 3 men-at-arms, or unless you have the micro of a lifetime. But I like how Marklanders is thinking ahead here as well. 6 villagers going to a woodland further away. One that next lever. He actually has the area scouted, but he's doesn't have the... Oh, that's either super lucky or an incredibly good intuitive scouting there for next level, looking along the woodland to see where he's relocating. Maybe you saw the villagers moving or something. Yeah, now we're gonna see the defensive towers again. Mining some stone with 6 villagers, no less, on the side here, so a couple of defensive towers to be expected by Marklanders here. Next lever, with the aggression though. Let's see if the aggression pays off this game, as opposed to the other games where Marklanders has defended, survived, pushed back. That one spearman going down there, or was it a villager? Scouts and men-at-arms here, some significant aggression going on here now. And another villager, isn't it? It's... wait, that's the first villager. Don't just block, attack as well, come on. No defensive towers on the woodlands yet. So Marklanders must be feeling confident here, but is pushed on the back foot for sure against the aggression here. Wood income severed here, only 7 on wood, and pretty low income overall. So much stone though. Close to the castle age. We should be able to get the castle up then if this keeps up. And that's sort of been the key factor for Marklanders the other games. Get to the castle age, get to the Imperial Age. Start to push ahead of your opponent and close the game out. But this time around, next level has the mobility in the scouts. Still has the men-at-arms alive as well. Keeps the pressure going here. Marklanders also missing the second building to go to the castle age. So without the market, for example, or the blacksmith, it's not going to get to the castle age here. I think he thinks he has it. But yeah, wood situation too low here. Great use of the scouts here for next lever to deny the stone miners here. 5 kills, 3 of them builders. Now small walling the woodline again. Preemptive palisades to complete as the scouts get closer. That should be another kill there. That pathing is not doing Marklanders any favors here, but down he goes. Good scouts micro by next lever as well. Not careful not to pass too close to the town center here, so the town center barely gets any hits in on the armies here. Still all 3 men-at-arms alive, and Marklanders is must be a little bit panicked here. Still missing that second building. Has had the resources for castle age for ages, because he hasn't really been investing that much into military. But doesn't help having the resources when your second building is missing. Are we approaching the GD here? Have we finally found a way to counter the greedy, faster castle approaches of Marklanders here? Here comes the blacksmith. Finally realizes he misses the second building. Town Watch comes in, and then Castle Age is going to be queued right behind it. That said, next lever is only missing the gold to go to the next stage now. Has both buildings, also dropping a market, will sell the food, go Castle Age. Castle Ages will be quite comparably similar here, which should give Bulgarians a huge advantage with an untouched economy throughout the whole game. Spotting the weak villagers as well. Scout getting nearly even more value here. +1/+1 actually for the scouts, and that forging that applies to the men-at-arms. They aren't alive anymore, but they've done their job for sure. 5 builders killed by next lever here. Idle town center times quite comparable as well. There's one thing about the Malians though against the Bulgarians. If next lever goes for infantry again at some point, you have the Geppettos inside of the Malians castles to deal with that. And technically, if you are able to mass a decent chunk of Geppettos, even Bulgarians' knights cavalry doesn't really play that well either, because that ranged melee damage is decently high and it takes a while for the knights to get close enough. So if you have a large enough mass, your opponent is going to struggle to deal with that. But let's see if Marklanders, if that's what Marklanders has in mind. Nice quick walls there, keeping the scouts out from the gold miners. Given all the pressure, Marklanders being 10 builders behind still has a healthy resource bank working for him here. I'm just not sure what the castle age unit composition will be here. It's going to drop a castle. For sure it's going to drop a castle. Maybe right next to the TC here or somewhere to protect the gold. Uh-oh. Is that open? That will be an overdrop soon. Could be exploited by the scouts. Pikeman is in. Instant pikeman for Marklanders. So he's expecting more military, more cavalry from the Bulgarians here, and he's quite correct. There are 2 stables going up here for next level, or second stable rather. And with decent chunk of pikemen, you have a decent response to the early Catholic cavalry play. It's not usually the go-to against the first few knights. You would rather just build a monastery and get some monks out. There are enough resources here to drop another town center as well, wherever that might go. It could go on the gold here just for maximum protection, or over here. Marklanders really needs that now to catch up on the villager count. There's no indication of a second TC of next level here. Next level is going to play extended 1 town center castle age here, pump out some of those knights and try to win it through army advantage, and that's what happens. Marklanders realizes there's just not enough resources in the bank to do stuff here. I still think he could have gone for the Geppetto series. Not an overwhelming army for next level currently. Place another town center. Maybe actually delete these buildings here and get the town center up on the woodline. Hello, next level. They've been working so far. We've had all first 3 games running smoothly. So yeah, delete those buildings here, get the town center up, pump out villagers out of both TCs, maybe buy a little bit of food, and you'll be able to catch up with villagers, assuming next level doesn't do the same thing. And it's actually placing a second TC here, defending 2 golds, so yeah. Too many villagers lost, I guess. That was 12 villagers, that's no joke, so might have been a good point to call the GG as well. So we'll be going to the first home map of Marklanders, aka Max Power. 2k more resources for next level. So convincing equally there. Slightly slower castle age, doesn't really matter when you have the army momentum. Alright, we'll cross out yet another pair of civs here. Malians actually losing that one against the Bulgarians, which I expected to see on Chaos Pit, to be honest. And Crater goes into next level's hands. We'll have either Water Nomad, African Springs, or Winged for max power. So let's see what the next game brings. Water Nomad, first pick, in which case Portuguese, and even Persians, and underrated Incas actually, with the population space for houses, and well, we have some solid civilization for Water Nomad for next level as well. Let's find the next one. That should be game 4, and that's going to be Water Nomad, of course. No treaty Water Nomad. From Paradox's Nomad Maps map pack, and it's named CC for the facility of finding them for Chaos Cup. So possibly the most chaotic map in Chaos Cup, to be honest. You start with 13 population. You need to whoop up a TC and a dock and a couple of houses as soon as humanly possible. And let's see if the players got this down. Dock coming up, which means the fishing ships. I do need to pass the fishing ships to work as well. Beautiful town center here for next level, right on the woodline, on the gold. Gold is essential. Dock is essential to get that food income in ASAP, because you want to be super fast to start pumping out galleys out of ideally 2 docks or more, and start denying the opponent's resources. Marklanders, this is his home map, he knows what's up. The dock next to the TC here, I like that actually, covered by TC fire, so the fish will be protected as well. Looks like he's tasking them to the box turtles for now, but I think I'd rather go for the deep fish and have the dock builder go for the box turtles here to maximize efficiency. Redstone wood to be able to afford another house, which is important for already. Oh! Oh! It was late with the second house here, so... Okay, that's only 1 second for the players, so never mind. Didn't really matter that much. Okay, that's where it's got a designated house builder to the side there. Persians. Also a good simple auto nomad because they start with... what is it again? 50 extra wood and food, so it's easier to afford your second dock, it's easier to afford your additional house immediately, so Persians may actually be looking at 0 idle TC time if your house placement and other buildings placement is on point. Speaking of housed, here we are housed. Chaotic start as mentioned. As we move through the ages, Persians, Townsenders and Docks have twice the hit points, which means they're much harder to take out. And the Docks also, they also work faster. 10, 15 and 20% faster, I believe, is the progression of things. So, one thing that's not necessarily playing into next level's favor here is that it's close to the edge of the map, so it actually limits your points of escape for the galleys wars. You can't move further to the south if you're getting aggression in your face at home base here, but he's thinking ahead, is placing a house here, probably going to mini wall a little bit here as well, so that demolition ships can't easily get hit in on the wood line. Food count is there to go to the next stage. The second building is not, so that lumber camp or mining camp that needs to go up ASAP for... Okay, it's not as bad as it looked. You actually have drop-off space here. That looks like a very awkward lumber camp there, but it's not horrible. Yeah, once that's complete, we're going to click to the next stage with the Italians. Could have definitely gone up 2 or 3 builders earlier here with the second building in place earlier, but it's still beating Mark Landers handily to it. Mark Landers seems to shine in the Castle and Imperial Ages, and that's ages that Water Nomad seldom sees. Because if you have an advantage like this, like the Italians now going up already in half a minute or more ahead, they'll have more galleys than you can count before you reach it yourself here. Okay, 40 seconds. It's still huge for Water Nomad, but it's not a disaster, especially not with the faster breaking rate of the Persian stocks. You'll catch up because of that here, if you're Mark Landers. And assuming you get that second dock up in due time as well. Let's see if Next Lever has that one in the works. Yep. So Next Lever knows his way around Water Nomad as well. He's either been playing it in the ranked or just studying the meta at work. Good age is in for Italians, should have both docks producing here now, looking good for Next Lever. Whereas the Persians player also should have the second dock in place. 3 docks in fact! And 5 on gold, okay, has accumulated some gold here to keep going. Unless the plan is fast castle here, you may not want to have as many on food, I think, but that's the fishing ships doing the work as well. If they get lost, of course, you're at disadvantage, so that makes sense. Okay, limiting the moving around situation here. With some walls to the side. Mark Landers might be thinking about walling this area as well. I'm not hating the efforts here, house here, maybe to complete that section. So if you can force the galley's aggression over to that side, it might be in a good spot. Not loving the fire galley investment here. Yes, if they get close to the galleys, they'll melt them, but they never should be getting close to the galleys, because next lever, if his micromanagement is on point, he'll never allow any fire galleys close to his ranged units. Blacksmith on the way, which means fletching will be kicking in as well. Marklanders insisting on the fire galleys. Yes, they will kill buildings more quickly. Yes, they will kill galleys if they get close enough, but hit and run, hit and run, hit and run, that's the way of the galleys. That's why galleys are dominating on Water Nomad. Fire galleys shouldn't work, to be honest. Demolition ships could, fire galleys should not. Now for the scouting, do we know what's up here? Gold, not... Yeah, kind of exposed. You could camp some galleys over here and hit the gold. But, oh, wheelbarrow. That's a... Probably to keep the TC working, I guess. Don't see the application on wheelbarrow at this stage on this map, but it does increase the builders' working efficiency. They move faster and they run away from aggression faster, so that could be the idea, to increase the builder speed a little bit. Base speed, 0.80. Wheelbarrow speed, 0.88. Beautiful fishing ship snipe there. Let's see for the fire galleys. They are absolutely dependent upon either catching up or forcing next lever into a corner. Yeah, look at the movement speed as well for these units. We have... yeah, they simply move past the galleys, so you just hit and run against the fire galleys. It's not the play for Water Nomad in most cases. Oddebassen in the chat. Hello, hello. Maybe Oddebassen knows that Age of Empires 2 has server maintenance currently, so he can't play. But he can't play anyway. He never tried it. I think. I know you didn't know. Alright, let's see the hidden runner practice here. 2 docks. Why are the 2 docks still for the Italians? That's concerning. Okay, we need demos here. We need demolition ships now. From next lever. Maybe the fire galleys will work out after all, but it's gathering them together. Fletching is in. We'll probably lose one here, but we'll also take out one of Marklanders' units. And now collecting the ships will take out fire galleys rather quickly. Army situation, similar. Fire galleys. Aiming for the fishing common next level now, so might lose some fish here as well. Galleys also forced to react at home base, giving Marklanders some time to adapt at home. And he's actually getting decently close to the cast station now. Both buildings in place, could just sell the stone. Castles don't really have a place on Water Nomad for the most part. You just want to dominate water. And with castle age and fire ships, and possibly careening, that heavily changes things in Marklanders' favor. Very close. Still lots of buffaloes to eat as well for food income. But yeah, there's the castle age kick. Okay, so he's going for castle age, he's going for fire ships, possibly demolition ships as well. And next level really needs to pick a fight now before it's too late. And not be too passive here on this Water Nomad game. Oh, that's dangerously close. Will he hit and run? Will he take out the fire galleys? Yeah, could definitely take the fight here. Massive HP advantage. See, that's the issue of fire galleys. They will be subject to hit and run. Oh, such animal cruelty! Taking out the 1 food source. All 6 fish still working for the next lever. Really needs more docks though. Only 2 docks. Shouldn't be getting away with that on Water Nomad, no matter the production efficiency. Need more docks. Need more docks as the fishing ships go down. All access still protected by the mighty Persian TC. Castle Age 25 seconds away for Mark Landers, holder of this home map, after all. Marine coming in, more galley coming in. Demolition ships at the ready as well. That could be devastating for the Italians here, who just clicked Castle Age. 1 or 2 demolition ship hits here on these galleys, and they are history. But what we really need is more galleys. No, yeah, more docks, more galleys. Walls, nice, but they can be broken. Here comes a third dock. But fire ships with careening is in now. I don't think Mark Landers likes galleys. That's not gonna end well for you, friend. It could be a lot of wood lost as well, actually, if next lever doesn't delete that ASAP. See the fire ships with careening in, they have an additional Pierce armor, means that even the war galleys, when the Castle Age finally comes in for next lever here, even the war galleys will be dealing less damage due to the fact that Mark Landers has careening in. Oh, gonna get some juicy Wilder kills here though. One town center on a woodline in the back here, so Mark Landers topping up the economy here, not allowing next lever to get any easy hits in. And now taking out the army production capabilities of next lever with the fire ships here. Do we have any? Yeah, we have at least one dock here, but that's the one and only dock for next lever. That could be going down before our galley even completes here. And look at the galleys. Bodkin Arrow isn't even in here. It's a decent group of units, but they just don't stand a chance against the fire ships that now... Yeah, they still move a little bit more slowly, but once they get close, they'll absolutely melt these galleys. I guess war galley does complete. Helps out a bit. Bodkin Arrow just around the corner as well. And we need to deal with this aggression for sure. Also repairing the blacksmith just to make sure that the fire ships don't get any further, and that Bodkin Arrow can be assured to finish here. Demo! More docks in the back, finally producing some more docks next lever. Could have had 40 galleys probably at this point with more docks earlier on. Subject to heavy aggression here. It is Mark Landers' home map after all, and the economy at home base has been running very smoothly for Mark Landers for a long time now. It's 44 villagers to 38, it's almost matching in military as well. But it is ranged units against the sort of, I wouldn't call them melee fire unit, but close fire units. They have a little bit of range, but nothing compared to the war galleys. Micro, decent enough here for next lever, but will he get enough distance to deal with these ships? He has the numbers advantage. Yeah, he's gonna clean this up. Good engagement. Definitely a viable engagement there. Cleaning up most of the fire galleys, and still Mark Landers is insisting upon the fire ships here. So 2 more docks are up. There's actually only 2 docks still for next level. More docks! There's so much wood in the bank! Build more docks! Build more galleys! Make more army! Here we go. There's another one. And another one. Now we're talking. It's all about numbers, these naval battles, more than anything. I feel like this is the naval version of Knights vs Archers, to be honest. When the fire galleys get close, they will absolutely melt the ranged units, but if the ranged units are allowed to hit and run, the knights don't stand a chance. See? Killing quickly. about this one? 1400 wood in the bank. Might as well sling some wood to Mark Landers at this point, because he's on the lower side, but he's got 18 lumberjacks. It's just more being more consistently spending it, I guess, into town centers. New drop-off points for the lumberjacks. 20 military to 16, Mark Landers with the eco advantage. Doesn't necessarily mean anything if the war galleys get their way here with consistent use of the range that they have to take out the fire ships. 3 docks producing now, that's nice to see, and the 4th dock on the way. Now next lever is really doubling up on the production here. It seems to have sold some wood as well to gain some quick gold. Not a bad idea when you're floating wood to sell some of it to keep consistent unit production. 24 military to 18, but still we're looking at the issue that fire ships will, unless they find the galleys in the choke point, or, oh, it's a bit of a surround here. I was going to say, or are able to get a surround. Then they can clean it up, but the war galleys still move more quickly. And the production, for the moment, is more consistent for next level. Now adding the demolition ships as well, which could quickly change the situation here for next lever into his favor. Here comes the demo. Well hidden in between the rest of the naval armies here. I hope it's control grouped, so you could send it in before the fire ships get to snipe it. You could weaken quite a few fire ships with just one demo. 2 demos now. And counting. I think there might be one dedicated dock to create demos. Good call, seeing fire ships only. Looks like Mark Landers really wants some castles up here, so with enough stone to drop 1 castle now, so investing into defenses, and this might already be the longest Water Nomad game I've ever casted. 30 minutes in. These only ones tend to end a lot quicker. General rule of thumb, you don't want to spend demolition ships on only one enemy ship. So that's why next lever is pulling away here as well. Twice the military now for next lever. Quite a decent chunk of demolition ships as well, which should be in front of the war galleys here, so that the fire galleys can be hit by the explosive power of these. Let's see. Decent hit, another decent hit. Yeah, 29-13 out, 29-12. And now the rest of the forces here can just hit and run. More demos in the queue. Also the old of war galley being queued here. While Mark Landers wants to secure some gold and stone access down south here. So yeah, stationary fortifications like the castles, I guess they might work. But next lever has the cheaper Imperial Age upgrade as well, so if he gets to Imperial Age, gets chemistry, he could add cannon galleons, and that shouldn't be any... then castles shouldn't be any threat anymore. And this castle isn't really protecting the core economy at home for Mark Landers. This is beginning to look like a 1-1 here, 2-2 here, but we'll see how it goes. Stone walls going to keep the aggression out as well. Let's see for the demolition. Oh! It's a slaughter! Doesn't really even out the eco difference here, but that's a lot of eco kills for just a few demolition ships there. Another one hitting the wood line, maybe then close to the TC, another huge hit. 58 villagers to 52 now. Amazing. But next lever isn't really queuing any villagers, so that hit doesn't make too much of a difference here. Good luck with casting this one, thanks Finbel. It's been good so far. We are in game 4 already. Hope you brought snacks. Oh, are we looking at a long game here then? Aye, aye, aye. Or a long set, maybe. Well, there's a fast forward button, so... Worst case. Worst case. 32-22. Eco basically dead even now. Next level still not queuing villagers. Out of the 2 TCs here. This woodland is... yeah. Will need to be replenished somehow. Will they keep chasing the fire galleys? No careening for next level's war galleys. That's more important for the fire ships than for the war galleys though. 4,000 just for the Persians now. Just still insisting upon the fire ships here. Mark Landers is determined to win a water nomad game without making a single war galley. Which is commendable, but shouldn't work. Honestly. And if you've seen water nomad games, the aggression, the early feudal age aggression is key. You spread out your galleys, you deny gold and wood income of your opponent so they can't match your galley numbers, and then it's basically usually GG after just a few, after, you know, less than 30 minutes in most cases. More good demolition hits here, 3,000 centers at least, producing 4 Marklanders here, so he's turtling it out for now with the Persians here. Come the very late game, I would still most definitely favor the Italians, because they have Bracer, Persians don't. They, generally speaking, have more technologies applying to naval combat. But Mark Landers is stalling it out nicely here, definitely has the more healthy economy working. And still fields military to keep the Teal armies away. So we can only say the players definitely seem evenly matched here. What's the dock situation? 1, 2, 3, 4 docks still for next level. Could buy the Imperial Age here, I presume, and get some of those cannon galleons to boot, or just galleon. Simple as that. Galleon, bracer. It's getting ballistics, which is good. It means that the projectiles of the boats will be more accurate. More demolition shits. Demolition shits. That's what we'll name them if this game goes too long, but demolition ships getting their hits in here. Another way, always following the main army here. But Marklanders slowly assuming more resource control here, and with this castle he is assuring that he still has gold access to keep producing, whereas the gold situation of next level, at some point it will run out in the back here, but it's also keeping the eco situation somewhat safe at home, because it's not allowing Marklanders to send any counter-aggression. Marklanders doesn't have any war galleys, will not be able to send any into raid either. Another beautiful demolition ship hit there. You see how much of a difference careening makes in these hits here. You actually won't one-shot a fire ship. 7 fire ships and counting, but these are Persian docks and town centers. They work faster, they have twice the hit points as well. Takes forever to take out. Next level, clicks the Imperial Age. Will probably be researching chemistry and getting some of these cannon galleons out as well. I mean, look at the KD, it's ridiculous. It's 111 to 34, and it's incredible how Mark Landers still holds on here and might even go to the Imperial Age here, given the resources. Might not be the best idea at this point, given the army situation, but it is an option. And it does go Imperial Age. Okay. Army situation. Diminishing though. Imperial Age is expensive. It lots of gold going into that upgrade, so it's harder to keep consistent production rolling. But there are 19 gold miners and 34 lumberjacks for the pastor working Persian stocks here, which he will need to replenish soon because they are going down to the galley fire, war galley fire. They will be becoming galleons soon as well. Yep, castles going up near the docks, going up near the castles here. Something that is not within next level's line of vision. Actually, doesn't know about the castles at all, which will delay any chemistry and cannon galleon production if it goes like that. Yeah, I don't think next level knows about careening. Still didn't get it for the armies here. It's useful having that extra pierce armor if all of us, or maybe it's not getting it because there aren't any ranged units for Mark Landers here, but you still withstand more town center arrows as well, so I don't see why you shouldn't be getting it. Imperial Age is in. Galleon should be right around the corner, possibly Bracer as well. No need to rush that. Handcart, that's a peculiar one. Not exactly one I would rush at this point. But yeah, we have careening finally and Galleon coming in as well. Where is Bracer though? Get Bracer! Remove that stupid handcart to get Bracer! Stop that handcart research, get Bracer! Come on! It's way more important to have Bracer now. That's almost to the point of tilting here. To see handcart before Bracer. But it's gonna be clicked soon. We're just a little bit of food away from Bracer. Brace for impact. 23 galleons now out and about. Demolition ship as well. Can't really recall if Italians get heavy demo, but that would certainly come in handy here as well. Fast fire ship for Mark Landers. He's preparing to come back here now. He's queuing fire ships secretly down south from the dock over here. And that could seriously turn things around as well. Right now, next level thinks he has the push of a lifetime going on here. He's taking out the TC. He's cramping Mark Landers up in the corner. He has a massive KD advantage. But he does not know what's going on down south here. Here come the fast fire ships, not nearly in the numbers to deal with these galleons. Bracer is in, chemistry is coming in as well. Soon these galleons will be fully upgraded. 8 docks now producing for the Italians player as well. Next lever seems to be on top of things. Finds the choke point here as well to limit the impact of the fast fire ships. But Persian docks, they work faster as well. If Mark Landers is just patient enough to mass enough fast fire ships here, he could take out next lever's armies fairly easily here. But the production numbers for next lever is certainly well ahead here still. And the economy is deceiving the civil there as well. So all of that micromanagement and tech switches and whatnot is taking its toll on Mark Landers' side of things here. Once again taking the choke point. No more production, there's still resources in the bank to keep producing here. Dry dock is complete for Mark Landers. That should decrease the cost and increase production speed of ships, I believe. Unless that's shipwright. I don't play naval maps all that much, so couldn't answer for that. Next level needs to figure out where the docks are going on though. Really needs to punish the production capabilities to the best of his opportunities here. don't know what the transport ship is all about here. Maybe he wants to transport into the enemy base and do a castle drop or something. Or maybe it was just a misclick. Looks like it might be dying very soon though. Poof! Fast fire ships, taking out buildings quickly. They have 3 bonus damage against buildings and their attack is decent enough as well. Isn't it? But yeah, they will be dealt with once again. Now the cannon galleons are out. The next level to finally find the castles he did. First, 3 cannon galleons are out and the Persian castles certainly in danger now. No masonry, no hoardings or those kind of things here, and keeping the galleons close to the cannon galleons as well. I like that, providing protection for the siege ships over here. Another wave of demolition ships as well, trying to obstruct the economy to the best of their ability here. Look at the Eco KD 61 to 9 here, and more villagers of course going down to these demo hits. This is what I want to see on Water Nova, guys. Demo hits like this to once again give next level the equal lead back. Another attempt at a comeback and remove in the north. Probably going to see some Persian dogs popping up here. And this is turning into a lengthy game as next level focuses at one area to push at one time. Cannon galleon going down to fast fire ships as well. Good spot by Mark Landers there to take those out. Fast fire ships, 10 of them now. 4 dogs producing, Persian dogs working faster as well. And another cannon galleon going down. No! Next level is losing the masses. It forgets to queue units. He has so many resources in the bank. Attempting a castle with some builders here. That's not looking too pretty over here. Produce, make units. Make galleons, Viper. This is not even a lot of fast fire ships here, but it's still really getting that value from these fire ships. That castle that can't really complete, can it? We're back on production. Beautiful. 8 docks now, pumping out those galleons again. More villagers sent to build the castle as well. It's good. We're still not with the military needed to deny this castle. 1 Treb in the queue, but I don't think that's going to do all that much, especially not if next level adds its own trebuchets here. But why should he? It could add cannon galleons instead. It's getting heated shot for the castle as well. Increased damage, projectile damage from the castle with the heated shot. I think it only applies to ships. And now 5 docks, Persian docks again producing the fast fire ships. They're splitting the map in half here. Great job of Mark Landers to keep expanding, taking new areas of the map. They both are. Maybe we need to play some outposts or something for next level here, as the fast fire ships come into raid here. No armies here to hold this aggression out, but if you garrison for long enough, maybe you could keep the units away regardless. If you spot it at this, there's so much going on. Fast fire ships coming in for next level as well. He wants to match the fast fire ship numbers of Mark Landers by the looks of it. He's not opting for any trebuchets here. No more cannon galleons either. How is he supposed to deal with the castles if this keeps up? Suppose he could camp the castle foundation with the fast fire ships. Is that the idea here? Oh, they're burning the trap really fast. It's also not something you see every day. Fast fire ship chasing trebuchets. Only Water Nomad. Good value from the raids here, but the Eco KD is only 72 to 12, so Mark Landers not getting that much value from the kills here. Good situation, really. not too pretty for next level now. Might need to go to the market and buy some wood. That's probably costly. Yeah. A little bit of tunnel vision as far as map contesting goes for next level here. Focuses at one area at a time, does not spread out, does not deny expansion further across the map to the north and all that. That should be at the end of that one. Now the trebuchet is out, is about to go down to the galleons yet again. Bit dangerous with the fast fire ships getting close, but still massive numbers. Advantage for next level. Cannon galleons back on the menu. 2 of them now will deal with this castle and slowly push further in. They need to take out the docks as well so that the army production can't keep up for Marklanders here. But what's the wood situation is wood lines are running thin as well. Don't tell me this is going to become a wood game. Okay, now he has wood access up here. It's fine, actually. Looks like heated shot doesn't really apply to towns under fire. Oh, that's gonna take forever. 1 castle down. 3 cannon galleons. 2 push further in. Does he know about the other castle? He does. Still needs to deal with the threat that is fast fire ship. No, 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 no! Wonder if Italians get elite cannon galleon. Fast fire ship, best raiding unit confirmed. There's a bit of villagers running idle here. Military situation. Suddenly catching up for Marklanders here, next level. Did cruise some fast fire ships, but I think he should have stuck with the demos, to be honest. He has the cover fire from the castle here, so the fast fire ships, they can't get too close. Another good fight here. Look at the KD again, 264 to 118. How is Marklanders still alive? That's my question. Another castle going up top side as well. Trebuchet push on this side maybe to force some military movement on the other side. Transport ship must be a misclick, but it's in the front soaking some fast fire there, so that's good use of the straight transport ship for next level there. Cleaning up armies yet again. Persian docks, they do work faster, and now the Persian player is the only one queuing units here now, so next level has to keep on queuing army. It's certainly not struggling for resources other than to some extent the wood here. And he only has double with axe! He only has double with axe, no wonder he's low on wood. Needs Bozo needs maybe even 2-man saw at this point to keep up. Only double with axe! Is this Nikov? At 1 hour 7 minutes in Water Nomad. Ridiculous. How many Persian docks producing now? Next level barely producing at all. Map split in half, another forward castle now, but that should be within range of the Italians one, so that could get sniped. Oh, that's so close. If you had villagers to garrison there and could take it out the foundation before the villagers could complete it. Jade's here, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Fast fire ships chasing both cannon galleons and galleons here, but the castle with heated shot is getting decent value here. Next level, not able to keep up here. Is this another Marklanders comeback? And how is he making that comeback with not making a single freaking war galley the whole game? No galleys, no war galleys, no galleons. Only fast fire ships, and at this stage in the game, of course, it doesn't make sense to make galleys because Persians don't have bracer anyway, so that might be the reason. But he is pushing back, somehow. And next lever is left with 8 military. Struggling a bit for wood, struggling possibly a little bit for food. This castle is more of a distraction and annoyance than anything. So now not the worst thing of the game here. So much food in the bank for Mark Landers. Let's have a look at food trades. Yeah, you could definitely sell food for gold later on without any issues here. Probably doesn't need more villagers either. 41 on wood, 25 on gold. Consistent fast fire ships production still, and now Trebuchet's moving forward. He's gonna push back, isn't he? How is Mark Landers turning his game around? How did next lever not close this one out earlier? It is Mark Landers' home map. It is Max Powers. That's his Discord name, Max Powers home map. He's taking out town centers. He's taking out docks. He's reclaiming the map. He's obliterating most of the teal on the map now. Now he's with a slight military lead as well. And next lever, still with a decent chunk of galleons, but he's probably baffled at the situation here. How did this happen? How am I losing this? Must be going through his mind now. I have the better Civ. I have the better Imperial Age naval Civ. How did this happen? Lots of builders. Still have working economy. Lots of wood. Lots of gold. Needs more docks probably to keep up with the production here. Needs conscription if it isn't in, but let's not check that right now. 25 fast fire ships and counting, demolition ships joining in as well to take out villagers and economy, presumably. Or, of course, if you can get close enough to the galleons, that's something as well. But we might have another comeback at our hands here as the Italian's castle goes down, Persian castle stays up. Cannon galleon might succeed in taking out this one as well, but it's a couple of hits away. It's not firing, I think. Literally how? Next lever is still with the higher population, but that's mainly villagers at this point. Military situation comparable, but it is galleons against fast fire ships here, and well, some demos as well. Wood, gold, allowing for way more ships here now. Still committing to the galleons, which is the proper call at this point. That castle, I don't see that surviving the trebuchets here as long as Mark Landers has the momentum and the push here. Some beautiful demolition hits there. Next lever now with 5 docks producing. Mark Landers still producing as well, so he's still making those fast fire ships. These trebuchets possibly at risk of being taken down by the galleons. And now next lever is going to push back here. There's still wood and gold on the map. So why not? If you're still able to obtain wood and gold, you can still field units. 16 fast fire ships in the queue, 9 galleons in the queue. Some kissing dogs over here. The castles still stand for Mark Landers, so it's hard to push Mark Landers back here. But now he's floating mainly food. He should sell that food for gold, maybe even buy some wood at this point, if it makes sense. Having lost the castle, next lever is pop-capped as well as housed. And we'll need to place houses, is placing them. Again, not really in a particular hurry here, but he's gonna get them up. Fast fire ships, in fact. Fast fire ship versus fast fire ships. Galleons versus fast fire ships as well. Easy win for next lever here. Nowhere near the numbers needed for Mark Landers. I have no idea why he's adding knights. I can't remember the last time I saw knights or land units, melee units on Water Nomad at all, but it's working because there aren't any demolition ships to deal with those guys right now. Bit demo coming from Mark Landers. See, he can't play Galleons like the next level is doing, so Italians should always win this matchup at this stage of the game, especially when the ecos are somewhat comparable as well. Next level is ahead, he has a better population, 67 military to 27 now, but as we know, heavy demolition ship could switch that one up quickly. Murder holes comes in for the castles as well, so the Galleons can't camp the foundation. Do we have elite cannon galleon? No, only cannon galleon, but 7 of them now, so these castles should be fairly short-lived. Heavy demos trying to get in close here. They'll deal with the fire ships, but do not let them get to the cannon galleons, please. Ay, what a game. 3 times the builder for next level now, so 50-ish more population. The knights are Roman gold, who cares? You barely even need builders at this point. Need wood income, of course, but yeah, they'll be cleaned up. It is 72 military to 16. Marklanders may be having a bit of a wood struggle in not too long. Still got some over here. It's not very efficient. The stables are going down. Castles should be going down as well. And currently not really queuing. No, don't stop the knights madness. Just cancel Bloodlands and make proper naval units. It's probably because of the wood situation here, but I mean, a couple of demolition ships and your knights are useless on this map because your knights and your ships can go anywhere, so you'll just demo the knights into oblivion. Where are the cannon galleons now? They're taking out these stupidly tanky Persians TC. They'll aim for the castle next, I'm sure. Next lever is pop capped. He is fighting a player at 130 population here, and he now has 4 times the military of Marklanders, who seems to be preparing some kind of raids from this direction, so he's going to take out more villagers. That's actually doing a clever favor at this point, except for the lack of wood, maybe, to free up more space from military. Now the castle goes down. Fast fire ships not in the numbers needed here. 19 of them shouldn't be a match for 53 galleons or whatever the number is. There are 7 cannon galleons pounding away at the castle as well, so the castles are melting fairly quickly here. Another transport ship, probably another misclick here, but the galleons are staying. Fast fire ships not allowed to get close to the... Oh, wait. Do not let them get to the cannon galleons. Yeah, pulling them behind. Perfect. We're still replenishing fast fire ships over here. But more castles go down. Next lever is reclaiming the map. He's raiding with knights now. Not really any significant units here to deal with it, but this is... I mean, there's barely anything working here anyway. And with all this gold in the bank for next lever, you could just buy more wood with the gold for a while longer. Looks like he plans to get another castle up as well. Maybe that will be going up at home base to keep the raids away. And it's elite cannon galleons now. They have 15 range and some extra attack against buildings as well. So more buildings will be going down. Marklanders at half the population next level at this point. Still making units out of a decent amount of docks. But the one comeback opportunity he had just doesn't seem to have been strong enough here. It's turned around again. And the Italians back on the course for the winning here, as should be in the very late game for Water Nomad. With the galleons with full upgrades and elite cannon galleons. And they also have fast fire ships of their own, which are in front here now for next lever. Kudos to Marklanders for playing on, but it's beginning to look rougher now. These raids aren't really... They're kind of doing next level a favor here. It's queuing more villagers, yes, but... It just needs more military to close this out. You don't really need economy at this point, I think. I think you could easily go to 150 military pop here and close it out at this stage, because there's only one castle left, Marklanders. Once you deal with that, you can start taking out the rest of the docks, and there won't be any more military to replenish for the yellow player. 536 to 340 KD. And probably the most ridiculous water nomad game I've ever seen. What am I listening to? Is it? Can I hear the cannon galleons from the other? That's a weird bug. You can hear the cannon galleons here. Anyway. It's a bit distracting. 4 docks only, producing now for Marklanders. He seems to be struggling for wood. He has a long distance to walk for the units. BO7 in for next level. I need to check when he actually got that. But it's in, so that boosts the wood income, of course. The knights are still raiding at this side. Don't think it matters at this point for next level. Just frees up more space for military. And there is a convincing chunk of military still at work here as more production capabilities of Marklanders goes down. He's removing again. He's taking a corner. He's douching the 4 teal villagers on this small wood line over here. The wood situation is getting scarce. There's some in the middle. And next level needs to back off a little bit again, but it's going to hit and run against the fast fire ships here and clean up the masses yet again. Even with a little bit of help from the cannon galleons. More stop the freaking stables! Why? Again, it's probably because of all the food and the gold at work here, but it's... Land units get demolished by explosive ships on maps like this. They have no place on this mangrove terrain. They're just never safe. Looks like the raids have been cleaned up as well. Next level somehow still at 125 villagers. Welcome raiders. Just got done at 13 hour. Yikes. Solid streamers stamina there, mister. I hope this doesn't go to 13 hours, but this is 1.5 hours water nomad game. Yeah, we're 1.5 hours into the 4th game of this best of 7. And it's water nomad, which usually ends before minute 30, but now we're at 1 hour 30. Ridiculous. And that's it. Just as Poop Lord joins with the raid, the GG is called, and rightfully so. Marklanders is down to 79. Population still has 1 castle left, but does not have the means to make enough units to survive it. 1 hour 32 minutes. Water nomad game, and we have 3 more, potentially 3 more games to go here. Potentially. 2-2. Could also be a reverse flip, but at the very least we will have 2 more games. 410 fast fire ships from Marklander. He didn't make a single ranged ship, which in itself is an accomplishment, if you ask me. But it didn't make the cut for the Persians here, so beautiful counter push going on, but not enough. GG, well played to next level, taking the win here. Now I want to see the Ecotex here, because BO7 came in at 108.02. And it's slightly earlier from Marklanders. They're both really late to BO7 here with all of the action going on. But I think that would have been a very significant advantage for whoever got it in this time window instead, to boost the lumber income. I take inspiration from Nikon, yeah, gotcha. Murder holes at 119.29. 100,000 resources collected, the KD though. 589 to 395. Total units made. Similar for both. Okay, so we're closing out. The Italians winning this one against the Persians. We will be going to a second home map of max power. That is our yellow player in this game, which will be Winged or African Sphinx. Land maps again, or hybrid actually, that one. Alright, since I lost the connection yesterday, I'm going to catch up at game 5 in this best of 7. The final. It's currently 2-2 between max power and next lever. And you'll see the maps that I've played here, the bands, what's yet to come. The upcoming map is Winged. And these are also the civilizations used so far. So we have Teutons, Goths, Malians and Persians. And Italians, Mayans, Bulgarians left to pick. So let's just dive into Winged here in Capture Age and have a look. So it's a hybrid map, as you can see. There's going to be some incentive to fight for water here. If not for the fish, you also want to secure the stones, right? If you control the water here with galleys or some kind of naval presence, maybe even demos actually. But yeah, galleys, war galleys, galleons. Your opponent should never be able to access stone, because this is the only stone on the map. And then there's a huge patch of gold in the middle. It's sort of golden pit-esque or gold rush style here, with most of the gold collected in the middle, but there's some patches in the corners, so you will be able to access gold otherwise as well. This map is from Red Bull Wololo 3 and was used with Empire War setting at that time, of course, but now we're playing it as a random map start, so you have goats, you have some elephants, and you could push in the hunt as well. Now you'll see next lever is scouting a little bit towards the edge here. As the Japanese, you have faster working fishing ships, and they are also sort of like twice as tanky. And the Chinese could, of course, should dock as well to benefit from the food, but since Chinese start with 50 less wood and 0 food, it's going to take you longer to get there. But of course, as the game goes on, the Chinese have cheaper technologies, so it's going to be cheaper to get, for example, guild nets or the war galley upgrade in the castle age. Any upgrade is cheaper for the Chinese as you go along. But yeah, Japanese should go fish. They collect the fish faster. So, in addition to having tankier fishing ships that are harder to kill, so it's a no-brainer really. As far as openings go, Chinese, starting with the 3 extra villagers, if you're able to keep that idle town center time relatively low, there's always going to be a little bit. But now 39 seconds means that Marklanders should still have a 2 villager advantage here. And I say 2 because of the fact that Loom has been researched. So it shows 12, 11 here, but that's because there's Loom for the Japanese. Not so much for the... Loom for the Chinese, not so much for the Japanese. But as the Japanese will have to get Loom at some point, that's where the Chinese catch up again. And there's still a villager lead, as you can see. 1 more villager for Marklanders here. Forward woodland for next lever, but it's a chunky one, so I think that makes sense. Could go to the back as well. That's what Marklanders has done over here, the woodline really far away. Hard to find, maybe even, and hard to, you need to move a lot further with your archers if that's your weapon of choice for the unit composition this game. 3 on wood, but 2 on stragglers as well, so Marklanders in the yellow here is compensating a bit for the fact that Chinese start with less wood overall. The dock is up for the Japanese. Resource drop-off points cost 50 wood less for the Japanese as well, so it makes it easier to afford the dock early on. And in Definitive Edition they added that the villagers can drop off shortfish food at the dock, as you'd expect docking to work that way, or fish gathering. So yeah, gonna drop off food at the dock rather than go all the way home and see the farm or eat sheep or whatever. So this is also increasing the food gathering rate for next level. Fishing ships work fast, and shore fishers, they are the second fastest food resource collection in the game as well, just beaten by Mongols' 40% faster collection on hunt. Marklanders is scouting the area as well here, probably looking to see if next lever has gone to dock. If it had been out earlier and not preoccupied with pushing in the zebras and ostrich for an earlier feudal age, he might have been able to spot that docking villager. She's still unloomed here, so let's see if next lever flexes some serious... Oh wait, he doesn't... What? How dare you not go after an unloomed villager with the starting scout? Shame on you. That's an easy kill for Marklanders, assuming next lever doesn't have Viper level quick rolling skills. But yeah, he doesn't go for it. Fair play award to Marklanders for this game. And I thought this villager was going to dock, but she's actually moving forward to place a barracks on the side over here. So if you're thinking ahead there, if you place an archery range in the feudal age here as well, you could technically take out the fishing ships with archers and the shore fisher woman here. But yeah, the idea just seems to be the barracks. I don't think we're going to see any infantry opening from the Chinese here. That's rather uncommon, but we might still see the archers a range here. 4 on gold, yeah, that certainly indicates some kind of archers play. Next lever hasn't gone to any gold yet, so this barracks timing could kind of mean an infantry opening, but it's going up way too slowly. And so I think it's going to be archers from the Japanese as well here. No second lumber camp just yet, even if the feudal age... Oh wait, there it is, never mind. Cheaper for the Japanese, always worthwhile to have the 10 lumberjacks split across several lumber camp. It's going to be more efficient. See some walling efforts from both sides here as well. They don't want raids to come in up in the north. Just going to wall this section here. Maybe next lever is worried about some Chinese scouts opening or something here, but it's not going to be the scouts, it's going to be the archers, as the range just completed and the villagers are idling next to it currently. Are they going to food maybe to afford fletching? Oh, they're going to drop a blacksmith as well. That's a good call actually, to get the blacksmith app as well to get fletching as soon as possible. It is at a 10% discount for the Chinese as well, so that would mean 90 gold, 45... No, 90 food, 45 gold, I think, or something like that. So Scout is out and about for next level, doesn't really know the plan of the Chinese just yet, probably expecting the archers, as that's quite commonly open with the opening with the Chinese here, but you need to scout and have a look, see what's coming up here. And scouting it does do is tasked a fishing ship to fish to the left hand side here, just to get an idea of docking. If you see the scouting pattern around the lake here as well, that's next lever sending one fishing ship around just to check and confirm whether Marklanders has docked or not, and the impact has not. Second raid for the Chinese coming up here. What's the situation on the next lever side here? I don't... there's the range. Also seeing the archers adding skirmishers now as well. No fletching yet for the Japanese. It's actually not affordable now having the gold idled as well. So at this point maybe you'll want to... I mean, fletching is such an important upgrade, right? So maybe at this point you just want to cancel the archer, let the skirmisher research, or let the skirmisher create and then get fletching ASAP. That said, Marklanders already has fletching in, so he should be looking at better trades here against next lever if he has the micro-measurement on point and pulls the units away. Have a look at the crude collection though. 600 food in the bank for next level. Admittedly, there are 5 more villagers gathering food as well, but those 5, that's the fish. So there aren't effectively more villagers for either player here. With the idle TC time of the Chinese here, it's evening out a bit, but it looks more because there are 5 fishing ships showing as economy units here in the stat screen for next level. Completing the walls near the edge here as well. Scout looking for weak villagers here. Is he going to get the kill? I think that's a kill for the scout, possibly. Yeah, nice pick off there from Marklander's first villager blood of the game. Found a semi-weak villager there and risks the scout taking it out. And I suppose it makes sense because the scout will either have to take the real long way around here or pass next to the TC to get back home, and that's not really an option right now. Looks like Marklanders has the army initiative here, 12, military to 9, and also one of those 9 is a galley for next level, but that's a clever addition to the lake here. You see the line of sight here, you'll see if any docking is attempted, and fletching is already in for the archers, so this galley has 5+1 range, could stop any villager or delay any villager from placing a dock up north there. And the villagers now, 8 villagers on gold, actually for just 1 range at the moment. Looking at the wood count, next level, got both buildings here. Yeah, he's completing a market, so he's gonna sell a little bit of food here now to go to the castle later, or maybe just click, yeah, because why not? At this point, might want to drop a second range, here it comes, and should more gold be needed, you might as well just sell some of that food and keep consistent 2-range archers production. Being on the way to the castle age, you could even add a 3rd range and sell some food for gold and keep all 3 ranges producing, since you have the market anyway. Stone walls going up in the north here, so next level really doesn't want the base to get raided, effectively securing more than a quarter of the map through these walls if they complete. So, both ranges producing. That's the case for both the players, and Marklanders has been keeping the armies more consistent here. Looks like the teal armies have been cleaned up or chased back home here as well. Should this be a combat run-in though? That's a good trade for next level. Could always seek refuge close to the town center as well. Next level, however, is missing all of the armor for the archers. So outnumbered and outmassed here. Shouldn't be taking that fight, especially not while on the way to the castle age. But there are more archers on the way, and skirmishers even. So once that castle age sets in and the Bodkin crossbow can be researched, next level is going to be looking at a some very good fighting here. Is the scout still alive? It's over here, so could be useful to keep the scout scouting and follow the movement on the enemy armies. Marklanders, of course, pulls away, seeing the castle age kick in here, and this is the point when next level should try to chase, actually, because Marklanders still has 1 minute 30 seconds to go for the castle age, and will not be able to withstand the fight against Bodkin arrow crossbows. That's 1 more range and 1 more damage for these units. Defensive siege workshop for next level here. Good defensive measure against the army currently on the field. Neither player has added any additional cavalry. There's another galley coming out, but you know why? That's because Marklanders wants to get stone for some castles here, but the galley is there to deny that. So it's scrambling at the tower. If that completes, it's going to be much easier for Marklanders to get the dock app, access the stone, but it's going to cost him. He loses 1 villager in the process. Not sure if the galley can reach all the way over there, but I think it does. But that tower completes. Okay, so the galley might go down, actually. Stone is going to play an important role here as the game goes on, because you want to secure the middle, and how better to secure that with stone fortification down the middle here. 14 military there against, well, 18 military against 20 here, but Marklanders is venturing into dangerous terrain here, so passing all units close to the edge of the map. Does admittedly not know, so maybe he has some hope that it might be open here, or that there might be a weak spot to move through. But there are houses behind the palisade walls here. There's no way these archers and skirmishers break through, unless your name is Saracens, and that's not the case here. So this should be a fairly easy cleanup for next level, especially with the Mangonel running in there. Look at that! Oh, Marklanders doesn't see the Mangonel in time. Takes a huge hit to the army there. Another hit as well, weakening the mass, and next level is looking at the beautiful fight here, barely losing any units against Marklanders' offenses here. So that's 23 to 9 military just like that, and that's going to be down to almost 0 for Marklanders here. Admittedly, he is replenishing units at home, so he's going to be ready for another offensive soon. The economy looks on point, could even be speculating, setting up for an early Imperial Age here. That food income is impressive. I guess as the Chinese, you're not overly dependent upon docking for the small amount of deep fish that is here, because the Chinese farms carry more food as a civilization bonus. No, team bonus, sorry. But still, on map, hybrid maps with fish like this, and for the stone control even, you should dock. It's just a no-brainer in my opinion. Now, if next level at some point is able to afford War Galley here, you could use the War Galleys to sit outside of Tower of Fire, I think, and still deny the stone income. Whereas next level here with this stone collection has enough stone for a castle now, could of course drop this over here and deny some wood income that he doesn't know is happening there, but and the stone income, and force Marklanders to move further away, but looking at the situation in the middle, I think this is going to be where next level wants to focus the defensive attention next, and there comes the cattle. Don't think there's anything to stop that. There's ample army here to keep the aggression away. Also serves like a nice point for pulling back to whenever you move forward to push here for next level. That's a good castle. And Marklanders actually has no idea what's going on here. He still has the scout, but he's just hiding away in the corner, not serving any particular purpose now. Yeah, there's the galley. You don't even need War Galley here actually to benefit from shoreline control here. Marklanders, however, soon with enough stone for a castle. Where's that castle gonna go? Population is comparable, but it's the military that's an issue for Marklanders here. It's about 3 times the military for next level here, and he also controls most of the shoreline over here, denying stone collection for Marklanders, who will eventually get the castle up, but where is that going? 2 town centers for either player, so that's why the villager counts are comparably similar. Good pick off there from Marklanders, taking a little bit of a hit to the Mangonel, but not enough to take it out completely. And next level will need something to deal with that one now. Is next level, however, more military total over here. Full control over the goal in the middle as well. And Marklanders, he doesn't know about the castle. He might lose the Mangonel to the castle fire if he moves further. And there it goes, yeah. Good hit from the castle. Even without ballistics, the Mangonel is taken out by castle fire. So next level definitely has the army advantage now. He knows the Mangonel has been dealt with. There could be more, but he's still going to risk it and move in and try and do some proper damage with the crossbows here. But that Imperialist click is quite close as well. And there, speaking of, The Imperial Age has been clicked for next lever. And now, rather than moving in, I mean, it's still going to do good damage. But if you wait for Imperial Age and get Arbalest Bracer, oops, you'll be able to outrange Mangonels until Mark Landers can get to the Imperial Age. It's getting close as well, only needs a little bit more gold. Has enough stone for a castle now, but it's not dropping. It is going back on water as well. It's queuing fire galleys. Fire galleys as seen on Water Nomad with Persians from Mark Landers. He just loves the fire galleys by the looks of it, but it makes sense. They'll burn both buildings and ships rather quickly, even if they're Japanese here. And next lever has no focus on the naval situation anymore. I'm not sure how much sense it makes to go heavy on water now, though, because most of the deep fish has been taken. There's certainly the argument to keep some idea about the stone. Next lever doesn't see it, actually. So you want the stone access. Mark Landers is thinking ahead for more castles. He didn't place any castle yet. He didn't click Imperial Age yet. He's missing the second building. If he had had that castle, he could have clicked the Imperial Age by now. But yeah, so it's a gigantic lead into the Imperial Age for next lever. The food count a bit off in terms of the affording Bracer and Arbalest, and still no ballistics actually. Does he even have a university next lever? I don't think he has a university. Oh! We might actually see a transport ship masterpiece here. But did next lever spot that? Are you kidding me? Did he see the transport ship? That's absolutely brilliant if he saw the transport ship, because he's castling this very area, which is going to make it more awkward for the fire galleys to completely claim water over here. Imperial Age is in, the first trebuchet should be in the queue. And next lever, just a comfortable eco and military lead here still. It's going to lose the fish, doesn't matter much, there's only one patch of deep fish left. And there's still going to be stone access near the shoreline here. I don't know what these walls are about, but who am I to argue? Ah, it's about the landing, of course. You've seen the transport ship, it doesn't want the doesn't want the landing to happen in this area. Oh, love the thinking ahead for next lever here. Good spot. Bracers in. Arbalest should be affordable. It hasn't been clicked yet. Maybe skewed behind some units here. No. We also have 4 ranges total now. A massive army from next level as Mark Landers is about to reach the Imperial Age as well. However, Japanese with the unique technology. Not sure if they got it or not yet. Don't know Kataraputo just yet. He gets War Galley! It's going to be naval fighting after all here. Next level wants the water back so he can go fish traps here. Arbalest coming in, ballistics finally coming in as well, which means we will see chemistry eventually as well. I think next level has this game. This is a huge army to deal with, unless you get some lucky Mangonel or Onager shots in here. It's not going to be much to do about that. The skirmisher investment of Mark Landers is a good one though. Good switch here. Got 4 ranges at least producing as well, but now Arbalest is in for next lever. And he could definitely consider diving in here just to get rid of the crossbow mass, if anything. Thumbrain, chemistry coming in here. Good castle on the side here from Mark Landers. Prevents any raids from the top side happening here. You may or may not have seen some teal presence around here as well. No landing going to be allowed here. That transport ship is being focused on. Next lever, a little bit on the passive side here now though. He has 46 Arbalest. It's only pushing houses with the trebs for now. Will also need something to deal with the skirmishers of Mark Landers. Whether that is teching into Onager perhaps, or going for the cavalry initiative, which is fine for the Japanese as well. They get fully upgraded cavalier, they get light cav. There's 2 trebs to 1, so this should be a win for next level. He's even going to get a hit in with the Mangonel there. Smart move with the Mangonel, getting the repair villagers as well, and down it goes. 1 treb minus for Mark Landers. He has enough stone for another castle now. That will probably be going up defensively a little bit further in the back here would not make... Oh, he's trying it semi-forward. I guess that's... No, that's not outside of next level range. Grab it! Hit it! Oh, it would be so easy for the traps to snipe this foundation. Just pack the traps already, unpack the traps already, and get this one. That's a building in progress, but that's a dangerous amount of skirmishers as well now. How many skirmishers? 30 skirmishers, and no countermeasure to skirmishers other than one lonely mangonel for next level. That's just not enough. Even the trap could possibly snipe that mangonel. Akkal-AOE focusing down that one mangonel with his own units here. The Arbalists need to push further back. There's still only one trebuchet to push the castles here, but there's going to be another one. Gold is slowly becoming an issue for Akkal-AOE, but I think he'll still... Yeah, he's got a little patch over here. If he scouts the corners, he might get lucky and find the last bit as well. But yeah, gold is becoming an issue. Trebuchets. Definitely an expensive unit, second most expensive unit in the game, I think. While next level has full control in the middle here and still keeps a healthy economy running around all of this. A little bit of idle time going on around here. It's even got some more fire ships working, whereas Akkal-AOE only has fire galleys. I guess you could even, I don't know if Japanese get them, but you could even queue cannon galleons here and take out the castle from the shoreline. Okay, mangonels getting some hits in, but mangonels aren't enough here. You need to get into Onager at least here. That's almost affordable to next level at this point. No repairs on the castle. The clock is really ticking to get those repairs in now. There's not so much stone in the back here. It's not repairing! It's allowing one soul trebuchet to take out the castle almost. Repair! We're gonna need some repairs here. Can I call for repairs? Nope. Are you on strike or what? Oh, please get Onager. I see stable cavalry armor coming in here. That's good. We'll have some knights popping out here. Okay, that might work. But the castle is going to go down. The gold axis in the middle is slowly getting lost here. Oh, Akkal-AOE is trying to get some light cav raids in, some sneaky light cav raids in up top, but... No! 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 So close, but so far. There's a hole. There's always a hole, you know. And next level is, oh, this has to be so demoralizing, losing, letting the light cav in here and raid whatever little land economy is on. He thought it was safe. He must be thinking, how did Akkal-AOE get in here? Did he land me after all, or what? And the castle still stays, actually. Just one trap working for Akkal-AOE. No, 2, 3 crabs. Yeah, it goes down. I jinxed it, but there's another castle a little bit further to the back, providing some defenses here for next level. It's still anyone's game at this point. Looks like Akkal-AOE has a better resource bank working for him. Got a little bit more eco units going, and still has the docks app, whatever that means. Next level needs to plug this gap though. This is where the light cab are entering, and it's idling so much. It's making so much of a difference here. 22 eco kills, that's most of the time from now, and the light cab trickling from both sides here. So I'm not sure where the cavalry is at. Army numbers, they are quite similar. Still no Onager. Where's the Onager upgrade? Well, now, technically now there's not food for it at all, but the mangonels, they're doing decently. They'll clean up most of the skirmishers, but it's still trash units trading against gold units. Gold isn't going to be an issue just yet. Maybe this is what Akkal-AOE needs to raid, actually. It's successfully idled all of the fish economy, and there's more light cav to clean. Finally, it's going to be plugged over here, is it? That's the opening, my friend. You need to go there, woman. You need to place one tile of stone wall and fix it. But there's so much going on now. Knights over here. Now Knights raiding for next level. Light cav going to get this trebuchet for free unless the Arbalists are extremely quick about it here. 1, 2... Oh, they made it actually. So, good work, I guess. A little bit of a treb war going on here again. Still not plugged over here. Oh, this turned around so quickly with Mark Landers' raids over here. Somehow the Bolo Arbalest has survived, at least most of them, half of them, and there are 4 ranges producing wood. It's becoming an issue. The light cab still raiding, won't need to garrison yet again, but some wood income back on track here. There's not that many resources for Marklanders to replenish units now, even with 25 gold in the middle. So the light cab could obstruct that. There isn't a castle right next to the gold anymore, but I guess mining next to the TC and the castle here should still be potential to save the gold income over here. It's a slow push with ARPs and Prebs. It's only partially working here. Marklanders is making the most of the trash investment here and making castles further in the back as well. Has been mining stone for a good long while here. Now this could have been avoided if Next Lever had a little bit more better naval armies patrolling the shorelines early on. Lightcap diving in, they have full Imperial Age upgrades for the Chinese here, and they're actually going to clean up most of the Arbalists here, but Next Lever at least saves the Trebuchets here. Alright, and we need a response to the light cab now. The answer should be pretty obvious for the Japanese. They have beastly infantry with the faster attacking infantry, and they have fully upgraded halberdiers. That's a long way to go though. It's not really within anything that Next Lever can afford at this point. Another defensive castle here. There's going to be more. There's 1200 something stone in the bag. 3 siege workshops going up here. Does Marklander see that little patch of gold? That could be a game changer. Just 800 gold could be a huge thing right now. I don't think he sees the one furthest in the back. It's getting closer and closer though as the builders are chopping more. Next Lever is holding on 125 population to 158 at this point. But the military population is a different story. It's actually 63 to 30 at this point. So, Arbalists and Knights, double gold combo for Next Lever. It's definitely affordable. The gap still hasn't been plugged up here. So Marklanders doesn't even need siege to push through here. It's probably expecting it to be rewalled at this point, but it's still wide open. So that it's hard to see. Maybe Next Lever is playing with huge trees or whatever, but yeah, that needs to be dealt with as well. But this is where the huge battle is at. I will mention onagers once again because that could come in really handy in this this situation over here. Yeah, Marklanders is just making full-on trash army series except for the trebuchets. He didn't collect any relics, so there's no passive relic gold trickle here. But there's skirmishers, there's pikemen, there's light cab, and they're dealing nicely with the arbalest mass once again. Next Lever is not going to run out of gold anytime soon, but wood could become an issue eventually here because the wood sources are really spread out across the map. So the more of the map Marklanders reclaims, the less wood there's left for Next Lever to create these arbalesters, for example, and to reseed farms for knights for that matter, or to make the halberdier transition. I'm gonna go straight down again. It's beyond me why there's still no Onager in this game. It would be a lot more efficient against these huge unit masses. But the ARBs are doing some work. We just need something more to deal with the skirmishers yet again. Maybe we're looking at another... Why are you breaking through? It's open over here! Yeah, he just wants a wider opening to let the siege and castle droppers through. There's going to be a offensive castle drop in the back here for sure. Just sneak around builders. May not even need military here because the army composition of next level for the time being, it's a very slow one, except for maybe the knights, but they still need to travel pretty darn far to get there, and they don't have husbandry. So, so if villagers move in here to castle drop this area, a lot of next level's home economy will be exposed, and I'll mention the wood income again. Suppose it's... There's still wood income, and this is fairly efficient as well, 35 lumberjacks, but just not enough to sustain everything that's going on here. Marklanders slowly but steadily creeping across the map here. He is going to turn this around with the Chinese. I'm honestly not sure which one is the better very late game civilization here, but with gold, the Japanese could make champions against all of these units and successfully win. And the next level has gold access. It's a lengthy upgrade to get into, and here are the raids again. Great raiding work from Marklanders over here. Yeah, I think the answer here for the Japanese currently is to drop shit ton of barracks, get into the militia line upgrades, and just at the very least force Marklanders to go into the crossbow arbalist here, because, and he doesn't really have the gold for that. He's got one patch of 800 that's slowly depleting up here. Could be an issue. A couple of cap tramps storming in here, and now some builders moving forward to place some raiding buildings closer to here. So the big push down south and small raiding party up north here, pushing from both sides here from Marklanders. He is determined to take a game again now after going down 2 games on one of them being his home map as well. Right, good call there, popping out some samurai to deal with the cap tramps. Good reaction from Marklanders, still holding the middle, still getting that gold access, but not producing nearly enough now given the resource income. Seriously, where is the Onager upgrade? Do the Japanese not get it or something? It would flatten so many of these armies. Hello Nova! Welcome Nova's viewers. I appreciate the raid. So this is the conclusion of the 5th bracket of one of my community tournaments. It's called Chaos Cup, as it says here. We are in the 1200, 1300 ELO realm here, I think. And it's played across chaotic maps, I'll call them. So Chaos Pit, Water Nomad, and this one Winged here has caused plenty of chaos as well. I lost my connection yesterday, so I'm concluding from the 5th game onwards in this set, and it looks like we'll at least have a 6th game, or we will at least have a 6th game because it's 4-4. But looking at how even it is so far, we might actually get the 7-game set here. I don't know though. I'm casting from recording games and begging that they work for me. So Marklanders has been slowly pushing back here. He was subject to an earlier Imperial Age from the Japanese with the Arbalest, and as you can see from next level's kill count as well, it's almost twice the KD here. But he managed to hold it. He's a good defensive player. He's fortified the top area here with the castle, and he's been pushing back with trash units continually, and he's about to claim the gold in the middle as well. And if next level loses the gold access in the middle here, it's definitely GG, I think, because his been relying on gold heavy units is actually not, is barely with wood in combat at all now, which means he can't make any more arbalests. Could still queue knights, but what's knights with barely even castle age upgrades going to do for you at this stage in the game? I don't think that's going to be the answer here. Villager count still on point, but looking at the map control here, and nice comeback, he says. Good sportsmanship there. GG, well played indeed. Next level with the good push, good aggression, but unable to close it out completely here. Okay, we'll browse through the statistics here for a bit, and I will pull up game number 6 after I look at the map and Civ drafts again. Even 2-man saw in the end. Well, it's cheap for the Chinese, so why not? Better boom for Marklanders by far. Didn't go for the early fish or fish at all, but managed through the Chinese farms with extra food on them. Okay, back to the draft here. That was the Japanese losing to the Chinese here. We will be going to next levels, next home map. Last home map, in fact. So we're going to see Mangrove Jungle next. As Max Power 1 winged here. Mangrove Jungle coming up. So we'll see how the players have prepared that one. It's I've seen some clever approaches on that map from our participants. There was a prize pool bracket for this one as well. It was Citeaux versus... oh, I actually forgot who he was up against, but Citeaux versus another... Citeaux versus El Noniro in the final. And they found ways to wall with docks, in the sense of that. But this is Mangrove Jungle. We're going to see two typical Navy civilizations here, Malay versus Portuguese. Let's hop into it. So this map, as I recall, it's actually part of the Definitive Edition standard maps, or if it's in standard or special maps, I don't quite recall, but you see there's no map pack tag in front of this one. It's Mangrove Jungle. It's free for anyone who owns DE to play without installing any mods or anything. It's all mangrove terrain, so melee or land units and ships can pass everywhere around here. And what I've seen players do on this map is place a dock near each of these crossings. And then you can't build... I believe... you can't build regular buildings on this terrain, but you will be able to build a dock on the shoreline. So say you build a dock here, and you place one palisade here, then no units can pass through on that side. It's going to be blocked all the way. No naval units, sorry, can pass through because it's going to be blocked all the way into the land. Same with the other side. So that might be what the players have in mind here. You start with relatively standard resources here. No berries, no fish, but you have 7 or 8 water buffaloes, 2 rhinos, and a patch of some extra deer, double patch of deer by the looks of it. So that's good enough to get you to the feud lakes quickly for sure. I'm sort of betting a little bit on next level civilization here, simply because of the Malays' ability to go 66% faster through to the next age. So the Malay should be up earlier than the Portuguese here, but that's also been the case for next level in most of the games. It's been up much earlier than Marklanders. Been producing units, been going aggressive early on, but then Marklanders has been going up more comfortably with a higher villager population, defending the aggression, and just surviving through it all. So we'll see how this progresses. 5 on wood, quite common for hybrid maps like these, if there's fish. But it's not the case here. But it could be because of the Malay faster app that Next Level wants to have another one on wood to be able to drop not just 1 but 2 docks. Before reaching the village. A little bit of food issues here, or idle TC issues for Next Level. Could be the deer luring getting in the way here. So Marklanders is better on top of things there. It's actually 40 seconds difference here. So already negating a little bit of that Malay advantage through less idle TC time, and hence catching up on what will be a Malay villagers lead into the next age upon researching, because they research it so much faster. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, brings it in safely with the TC trick there, the rhino, and about to push in the very last of the deer as well. Yeah, the dock is up. Please don't make fishing ships. And I see Next Level has learned the trick here. The dock blocking. Dock and a house. I think he might need to place a palisade here as well. I'm not entirely sure if the ships can sail on the shore. But yeah, it's not going to be easy for units to pass through here. It might actually be right over to drop another dock over here as well, because you will be pumping out naval units on this map. No matter what, it's going for the house first, then another dock here. A good way to deny access to the resources in the corners. So this is Next Level's home map. Certainly has the strategy prepared for this one, while Marklanders is dropping a dock just now. Let's see if he knows of the house idea as well. You may get the scouts run in here. Village on the way for the Portuguese now, so ahead of the Malay somehow. Next Level getting close, but didn't click yet. So the village is actually going to be earlier for the Portuguese than for the Malay here, which is huge. And it's not even going to be, well, it's going to be quite similar actually. But only one villager advantage there for Next Level. Looked for a moment like we were going to have a scouts run in there, but they are not taking the fight. Maybe hoping for an early village advantage. But yeah, not gonna happen here. So you will not be able to obstruct the wood line with your naval units until you get through the dock. You need to take out either a house or the dock to get to this area here. Village is in. Galleys should be in the making. He's going for the fire. What is it with these Marklanders and his aversion towards galleys, the range fire? He's going for the fire galleys. He loves the fire galleys. Still, this is the third map involving some kind of naval aggression, and Marklanders still hasn't made a single galley. He's swearing towards the fire galleys, and honestly, when you're first up to the village, it sort of makes sense. They're both making fire galleys, but fire galleys can be walled out on these woodlands. You can place a couple of palisades here and there, or gates, or whatever, a house, whatever you want to do, and then the fire galleys can't reach you. They only have 1 range or something like that. Yeah, 2.5 range, but yeah. So, not loving that situation. Portuguese have 10% more hit points on their ships. So in equal numbers, Portuguese should always win. Next Level goes for the engagement here. After all, it also brings in the scout to work here. So if you get a few hits in on that one, so they're thinking exactly the same way here. But it looks like Marklanders is okay. Might lose the fire galley eventually, but it did take some additional damage to Next Level. Demolition raft in the making, so easy way to get rid of the scout if you'd like to, and it's also a good way to deal with a decent chunk of fire galleys here. As you can see, there's lots of neutral resources on this map here, but you need to chop through the woodlines to get to them, and you can't tell from your starting location where they're at either, except for these small areas here. That's kind of a reveal. Good demolition hit there from Marklanders. Manages to damage more than one ship, which is always beneficial when going for the demo. And next level with the micromanagement attention here brings the Fire Galley back home for repairs, the weak one here. Taking the numbers lead, unsurprisingly, since he has 3 docks during the Fire Galleys and has the economy to back it as well. Seems to be a good performance on the home map here for next level so far. And has the numbers lead by far, did not bring it back for repairs after all, but now it's at least bringing one of the other weak ones out. While keeping consistent refreshment of... Oh, it's actually bringing the villager forward to repair. That seems risky. Oh, this is dangerous. Flag on the dock with demolition rats at work here. Next level needs to add at least 1 galley here now to prevent the repairs from behind there. It's not going to be able to take out that dock without stopping the repairing villager here. It's 3 vs 2. The demo comes in. It's going to hit all 3 ships. Beautiful demolition hit there. So 1 fire galley goes down to the demo. Next level is still on top of things. It's 7-1 military here now, and it's arguably costly to make these units as well. Looks like Marklanders wants to place some defensive towers here, because it's quite heavy on the stall. Could be thinking long term about the forward castle as well, but behind this is also closing in on the Castle Age. Castle Age, defensive castle in the front perhaps, but it's not able to match the armies, so it's risky to go Castle Age without having any armies to back everything here, so... maybe just needs to get the towers up to keep the Fire Galleys away and force next level into something more here. But the attention is just on point for the home map holder here. There's Fire Galleys on either side, and it's only a matter of time until you break through here, I think. And more demolition ships in the queue here. We're going to see more units going down to demo shots here. Oh, it's getting the house though. Yeah, here come the defensive towers, and there's since next level doesn't have any galleys here, there's not going to be any way to stop that tower from going up. So Marklanders could go into the Castle Age here and then get guard tower defense as well, which will deal more damage, and eventually maybe a castle in the front. Make some maybe research heated shot from the university. Yeah, reaction is on point for next level as well though, pulling away the Fire Galleys before the tower completes and still able to deny the dock in the middle. Another demo raft. 2 of them, in fact. So that's 1 for 1. Never a good trade with the demos to trade 1 for 1. Oh, that's a horrible demolition trade for Marklanders. Good move of next level there to run into that one, because it's yeah, that was like 10 HP trading for 1 and only 1 demolition ship. All the advantage here for next level is that his base is untouched, the economy is untouched, the idle TC time is questionable though, because he hasn't been seeding any farms here. He might seeded a few fish traps, because they're basically everlasting for the Malay, so that might be a good move here. But look at the resources here, getting dangerously close to the Castle Age. Next level still needs 300 something food here to keep up, and even with the 66% faster, there's a limit to how fast you can keep up with the progression here. Repair mark 1 point again, sees a... Nice, just patrolling, so it does not see the third dock going up here. I'm sort of expecting a forward castle to happen here. I don't think you can castle drop this area, because you can't really build on this terrain. But if you manage to break through somehow, I suppose you could push the... go to the mainland to drop a castle somehow as well. No, 5 fire galleys for next lever has actually ceased armor production. Does he have a market? He's dropping a market now, so he's going to buy that castle age. He's placing both buildings needed to go to the next stage now, maybe suspecting that Marklanders is up, and he is correct as well. What does the castle age bring for Marklanders? It's going careening, it's going Boar Galley, is queuing fire ships out of 3, maybe 4 docks here now. Has he got the economy to sustain that? Going with a little bit more builders to gold now. Beauty of having the money is that you research the next stage so much faster, so the next lever may be able to catch up here. Also going for the defensive towers, so it's kind of mirroring Marklanders' play here. 2 towers going up. Once you get the university in the castle age, you could research guard tower as well. But Marklanders is going to reclaim the naval position quickly here now. It's 4 fire ships against 5 fire galleys, and they have careening in as well, which means they have extra armor that doesn't apply to anything else than range. But it also means that they will withstand the tower's fire for longer. And these towers, they're actually reachable by the fire ships as well, so they might not be that much of a help for next lever here, actually. But we'll see. And both queuing the War Galleys upgrades demolition ships for next lever as well. Now... And finally going into War Galleys as well, or no? It's fire ships. I mean, there's not that much space to hit and run here, so I can get how fire ships make more sense than galleys here, but having just 1 ranged unit would help a lot still to deny buildings like these, for example. If you have War Galley here, you just target castle builders and you'll be able to stop the castle from ever happening. Marklanders has chopped through the side here, placed the TC down to the right, which means that the Portuguese player should be able to catch up in the count and gain an economy lead here. Will eventually break through to the golds and stones on the side here as well, so we'll see how that progresses. Now in the meantime, next lever is moving forward, having no idea about the defensive castle going up here, which you may very well need cannon galleons to deal with. I wonder if you could camp this foundation with fire ships actually if you get close enough, but that would imply that there weren't any Portuguese ships here to deal with that. Well, they still go up faster to the next stage, so if you idle for a bit and try to aim for the Imperial Age here and get to the siege ships, so to speak, you might be able to deal with this still. 4 docks to 3 docks, presumably. Now there are some docks in the back here as well. Malay fish boom at work here for next lever. Also been doubling up on the stone to be able to get the castle up, which very likely will be going up here somewhere. This was players of both. A little bit on the passive side here in my eyes. They are guess there's not necessarily so much you can do, but we have a free fish boom going on for the Malay here. We have a free land boom going on for Mark Landers, who has chopped through to, or is soon about to chop through to the goal on this side. Streets town center, so a much more diverse resource income for the Portuguese here. Queuing more demos, sending in one at a time here, but who cares? Still getting kills. That's value. KD 21-20. So no significant lead for either player here. 1 for 1, that's not a particularly good trade though. Almost got the builder. Healthy farming economy rolling in the back here. Next lever will be the first to the Imperial Age if he gets the buildings in place here, I think. Just get that castle up. University's coming up, more docks as well. We could see a massive naval combat here, accompanied by some cannon galleons perhaps. It's also dropping the monastery, so going to delay that castle. If you build a castle, that counts as 2 castle age buildings, so that will let you go to the Imperial Age, but here we are. It's going to be a 1 town center, but massive fish boom. Imperial Age here for next lever. And the Malay unique technology, thalassocracy, allows the docks to fire arrows as well. So it's going to be really hard to push through to the next lever's base here for Mark Landers, even if he makes it to the Imperial Age soon somehow. But 1 minute to go. Next lever definitely preparing to come back here. The way these docks are placed though, you'll need to delete this house to let any naval units through from this side. But I think the idea here is more the firing of arrows from the docks to keep any aggression from hurting your home base. Yeah, both houses deleted on side now. Doubling up on the units here. Ballistics on the way. Chemistry should be following right after reaching the Imperial Age here. But you'll need cannon galleons as well to take out this castle, or trebuchets alternatively. 652 stone. The stone miners now tasked to different places to bring in more wood for the continuous production of galleys here. Is chemistry, yeah, good right after the ballistics there, and bracer coming in as well, going to get a nice attack. Strength advantage over the Portuguese ships here. Caravel being added by Mark Landers. It's a tankier ship than the war galley. It's got more pierce armor, so it makes it a bit harder for next lever to engage with the galleons here. It actually didn't click galleon yet, but he got bracer, which is arguably an important one as well. And once chemistry is in, cannon galleons could be good, and you could start taking out the castle. Yeah, this should be a good fight. With bracer in, that's a good fight. Careening or not, these fire ships die quickly to the Malay here. We'll probably see fast fire ship from Mark Landers here in the next stage to try and deal with this galley mass. But caravels certainly do decent as well. Heated shot in for the castle, another castle in the back as well. Mark Landers has showed some promise as a great defensive player throughout this final, so we'll probably see these defensive capabilities yet again. You could place Feitorias as the Portuguese as well. I don't see any need for it on this map though, given the abundance of neutral resources to different sides here. Elite Caravel coming in, and handcart before bracer for whatever reason here. The economy is important, but it's not that important. Ah, there's bracer as well. It's affordable. I guess it's fine. Elite Caravel giving 165 hit points is the same as the Galleons, but they still have slightly more Pierce armor than the Galleons. Actually, it's the same now, so never mind. Galleon and Elite Caravel apparently have the same Pierce armor. Next lever, massive military advantage now. Does he also queue the Cannon Galleons? He does. So this forward castle could be dealt with, and allowing to push through here. Fighting dangerously close to the castle, but the fact that the Cannon Galleons are behind like this as well means that the ships of Marklanders can't easily engage. This castle should be going down fairly quickly if there are enough Cannon Galleons pushing here. You might need more than 3 though. Nice, bringing the Galleons. I mean, this is going to cause losses in terms of Galleons, but it's also taking out villagers and it's denying repairs behind. It's so important to take out this castle. This might actually be worth the sacrifice if you're keeping up production behind, and that's not the case for next lever. At this point, definitely sell food to keep going. Fast fire ship is in as well. Should help take out buildings more quickly. Let's see if Marklanders can somehow keep this castle up. The stone count is getting dangerously low as well. But there are only 3 Cannon Galleons. That's a limit to how much they'll do here. And there have been a lot of units sacrificed for next lever to get this castle out. I don't think he's getting the castle. He's wasting units now. He's wasting units. It has to pull the Cannon Galleons away now. What's the gold situation? He is through, so he's going to get more gold to the backside here. Good spot. And presumably sold food to get the gold access here. So production back on point. 10 galleons queued simultaneously here. Just needs to watch out for the demos now, and will benefit a lot from a few more cannon galleons here. No! Oh! Oh! That was one demolition ship taking out 2 cannon galleons. That's massive. No cannon galleons left. That's a beautiful snipe by Marklanders here. Actually, match point for Marklanders if he wins this one as well. So it's an important game to win. It's 3-2 for the yellow player. If he can hold and survive this and push back and kill them on A, he wins the Chaos Cup bracket 5. RB situation still in favor of next lever here, queuing more cannon galleons now, getting shipwright for further benefits to the naval armies as well. Castle now has... it has to be masonry, I think. To give it more hit points. Oh, watch out for the heavy demolition ships. Not to be joked around with those. Another cannon galleon going down there because Marklanders is focusing the correct units here now. He cannot afford that castle to go down, and he's not allowing it to either. As far as gold access goes, next lever could in theory collect this one actually, but that's the only gold he's got access to. Might need to sell stone for gold here. Elite cannon galleon coming in, but we'll still need a few more. 3 in the queue here. Now dealing some 300 damage against each building here. How many elite cannon galleons up now? 5 of them. 6th one in the queue. Marklanders, only 3 military. And the docks being focused down here. Once again, Marklanders will be forced to defend this castle. Maybe drop another castle over here actually to buy some more time. There are more docks going up to replenish units. There's definitely wood lumberjacks enough for that. Gold situation a bit iffier, but you could easily sell food here. I think it's overextended the farm economy for what's needed here, possibly. Marklanders. So, committing to repairs on the castle, but how many? There are 7 elite cannon galleons out and about now, and I think this castle goes down. Could be the GG point when this castle and eventually the docks go down as well. No docks, no military production. No chance to come back here, I think, if the docks go down now. The castle is officially down. The elite cannon galleons will move further. There are 7 of them, so not overextending in the cannon galleon numbers either. And with 7 cannon galleons, you're nearly one-shotting the docks at this point. So, this is next level's home map. Consistent pushing here. Didn't get the real proper value until investing into the War Galleons approach here, but now with the Malay faster research of Imperial Age is on top of things in terms of technology and unit composition here. See a transport ship. I think we're getting a little bit stressed out here as the transport ship has been queued. Obviously a misclick, hotkey mistake for Mark Landers here. Where are the cannon galleons to deal with the castle on the right hand side though? Every dock that's being placed, that's costing you wood as well and build your working time, so it's tougher than you'd think to get back into it here. So more docks in the back, but Mark Landers really struggling for numbers. 4 military. Will very likely lose this other castle here as well. And yeah, he still has a stone in the bank to repair it, to be fair, so he could fortify the backside with more castles here and stall out and buy time to try and get the naval units back on track. Good heavy demo hit there as well on the galleons, in fact, so that's evening the situation out a little bit. Are those enough builders to keep this castle up though? There are 7 cannon guns, it's just that they're not all firing at the castle. And also no fast fire ship for the Portuguese here. Maybe they're missing that tech for all I know. But down they go. Castle still stays. Once again the transport ships, no! So many transport ships in the front. Cheap but inefficient meat shield in front here. And what if the castle goes down? Then what? What happens? Only 3 units idle for Mark Landers, which is quite the accomplishment in the middle of this. Karambit Warriors to raid on land here as well. Next level definitely flexing now. Not fletching, but flexing. It's got castle pumping out those half population units at home. Taking out Mark Landers' castle. Mark Landers still with the winning spirit in mind here. Wants to take this game back. We've seen him do it on other maps. Might do it again. But it's just not able to keep consistent production here. And is also massively housed, or is housed as a result of the castle getting lost on the hill here. Karambit Warriors offsetting the land economy as well. Should obstruct the wood income. It doesn't matter. There's so many resources in the bank for the Portuguese player still. So you basically need to take out everything here to close this game out. And upgraded. That's a glass cannon to be sure. There's no upgrades on the Karambits whatsoever. Only 2 elite cannon galleons left, but it might still be enough to take out the docks with cover fire from the galleons here. Very population efficient raiding unit. Next levers economy never touch this game at home base. Idle TC lower, so that's because it's still only 1 TC. And Mark Landers calls the GG. We are going to a 7th game here. And the final home map. But let's have a look at the statistics first. 212, 140 KD, that's convincing with the aggression that was going on here. More eco for Marklanders didn't help him this game. And uptime somewhat comparable. Somehow Marklanders is up earlier than the Malay. And even with the faster research on the Malay, but as you can see, the uptimes are comparable, except for maybe Imperial Age when things started to turn around for next level, getting into the cannon galleons as soon as possible and finally able to deal with that middle defensive castle from Marklanders. Back to the draft here. The Mangrove Jungle going into next level's hands. We'll be going to Max Power's home maps lastly, and it's going to be African Springs, where we are left with Koreans or Ethiopians versus Khmer or Incas. So let's have a look. Ethiopians versus Khmer, okay. This is African Springs. It's been a popular pick for this tournament. It's surrounded by a significant amount of box turtles. 140, 28,000 food. And in this shorefish, or in this case box turtles, is one of the fastest food sources in the game. So the highest level players, I've seen them go for mill ahead of the lumber camp on this map, because that food income from the fish is so fast. You want to start benefiting from it as early as possible, so you can reach the fuel age as soon as possible as well for your aggression. And by focusing early on the fish, you'll also have a healthy food economy into the fuel age without having to rely on the slow income of goats or the one rhino that you have at your disposal. There won't be any scouts, Dark Age scouts aggression in this game, because you start with a Bactrian camel as the scout. You could still auto-scout with it, but the Bactrian camel can not attack. You could use it to block if you're going for an infantry opening though, so you could use it to block the pathing of villagers as you try to take them out of existence. Marklanders right for the woodland here, so no mill ahead of lumber camp here. Neither of them do that. They prefer to have the consistent wood income. Now, Ethiopians have had a lot of luck on this map. Or not luck, but they've been picked frequently because they have a smooth men-at-arms opening into the archers follow-up, where their archers fire 20% faster, so essentially instant thumbring in that regard, and except for the accuracy. And then you could add thumbring on top of that later as well. Ethiopians machine gun archers. But yeah, Ethiopians granted 100 food, 100 gold upon reaching the next stage, allowing them to instantly afford the men-at-arms no matter what, or fletching if you will, if you're going straight for the archers. But I've seen men-at-arms towers, men-at-arms archers being powerful on this map, so I'm curious to see what the players are up to here. With the Khmer you could go for, you have the fish economies, you could go for a really fast scouts opening as well, sustained by the fish. And if you do that, you have the mobility to deny the fishing combo of your opponent, but you might struggle more to defend your woodlines, so it remains to be seen how this plays out. So, both players have gone to the shorefish. They're roughly similar in the approach here. Next level with 21 seconds of idle TC time though, so setting back the transition to the next stage with that in mind. Marklanders with a second mill actually, as the Khmer here. And I mean, since you don't need a barracks to unlock an archery range or a stable, for example, for the Khmer. It kind of makes sense, especially if you want to go for a food-heavy play like the scouts here. We don't know that yet, of course, but now all of the villagers from underneath the DC go down to the shorefish as well. They do not have loom yet, but that's not any worry unless next level goes for a drush opening here. That is not the case. Yeah, you could idle a lot with a fast Khmer Scouts opening here, but it looks like it's going to be the fast archers from Marklanders, as he's now going to gold right next to the DC and seems to be aiming for more like a 21-22 pop straight archers here. Spots the barracks as well. Good scouting there from Marklanders. Barracks timing at 19 villagers indicates that this could be an infantry opening rather than the straight archers. Also taking a little bit of gold here for next level. So could be a 4 militia, 4 men-at-arms opening. You technically don't need to mine gold to afford militia and men-at-arms as the Ethiopians with that additional gold given to you, but it's always going to come in handy if you want to add some more. So 2 villagers to gold now. Or not. Okay. So it's not men-at-arms archers for Ethiopians, it's men-at-arms and towers. Could be very impactful. You'll easily divide the stone, wood and gold here and force your opponent to relocate. I mean, you only have 1 gold, it's quite close to your TC, so it's semi-protected. But if you lose access to that one, you need to move out. But with that said, Marklanders might not need the gold as much. Let's see what the plan is here. Is the uptimes are deceivingly similar here with the similar villager count, but hold on. 20 villagers, same uptime. What am I missing here? I don't go up without loop. I don't understand. Why is there... How can there be 30 seconds of idle time and same villager count going up? I'm confused now. Yeah. Getting slightly late here. Preemptive walls on the gold, not complete. But that's not going to keep men-at-arms and towers out anyway. Men-at-arms could break the walls and towers could... will deny the gold. Splitting up the men-at-arms here, actually hitting the berries and the fish at once. So I think next level had been suspecting the scouts opening here from Marklanders. It's not the case. It actually almost looks like a very risky straight fast cattle attempt here now with the food and gold investment, but I don't think that's the case. I think he's been planning to drop a range or something. Now he kind of has to drop an archer range to deal with the men-at-arms as well. Great work at idling the economy here from next level. Forcing a defensive tower on the berries of Marklanders as well. Yet here comes the first tower, only 1 villager building it. That's risky to say the least, but if it's within range it will be very annoying and stop this gold from being taken out. Next level with the aggression on point here has denied all of the fish income now, just like that. Food isn't going to be an issue for a while yet for Marklanders. He's secured the berries with the tower. He's farming underneath the TC as well, and he has 1 more woodline working that next level actually hasn't scouted yet, but it's going to go looking for it perhaps. It's looking to confirm that there aren't any fishermen working anymore. Stone walls around the tower, so this will not be easily torn down. Oh no, 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 don't go into the TC fire! Yeah, it confirms the other woodland now. There might be a villager moving over here to deny that as well. Marklanders actually fled this one for some reason, so his economy isn't the prettiest. It's going past Lage! What on earth is the Castle Age going to give here? At best, he'll be able to queue a couple of knights. But it's also 2 minutes where Marklanders needs to survive and not have the eco significantly idled. He's going for a barracks. He's going for barracks? What's the barracks about? I don't understand why he needs a barracks now. Look at the sneaky villager. He's going to move around and tower this woodland as well. So sneaky. But this one foundation is actually within the line of sight of Marklanders. So he might be able to do something about it. Evacuating the woodland again. Look at the waypoint set for this villager as well to just completely hide the way here. Somehow Marklanders has been able to afford 8 stable as well. Barracks. Maybe just a mishap. Tournament jitters here. You don't need a barracks to place a stable as the Khmer. And now the men at arms will move back down to see what's happening. Okay, Castlage is in. Might be enough gold for 2 knights here. Knights without any upgrades, mind you, but they actually reach the Castlage at the same time here. And next lever gets the pikemen instantly with the Ethiopians as well. So if any knights of Marklanders enters next level's economy, it's not going to be an issue because there are pikemen there to deal with it, and the knights will not have any upgrades whatsoever. And he's not queuing anything either. And these towers are doing so much. Idling a woodline, slightly to the side here. 6 wood only for Marklanders. He can't even afford a house at this point. He's placing a second stable. Is he panicking now? Is that it? Does he needs a market to adjust that food to afford more gold, I think, or just Q scouts. Make army, make something. Make units, Viper. Oh yeah, but it's good aggression by next level though. The men-at-arms splitting gap, ingenious, hitting both the berries and the fish, completely idling the food economy. And now still at full hit points and alive here as well. You don't need more than 1 knight to clean this up, so finally the men-at-arms will be cleaned up here. But it's still an annoyance to be dealt with over here. No access to the shorefish for a long time for Marklanders, whereas next level has had it the whole time. It's gone off gold for some reason. No, it's never mined any gold. And the second TC on to protect the shorefish. Fair enough. But we need gold there. We want gold units here to close this one out for next level, I think. Relocating the woodland again, it's costing. It costs you 100 wood every time, each time you need to relocate your lumberjacks like this. So some knights moving out, but the pikemen are still in, and there are more in the queue for next level. It doesn't cost the Ethiopians anything, and look at the upgrades of the Khmer Knights. They have no upgrades whatsoever. They have 100 hit points. They have no armor or attack at all. These are basically Vikings Knights at this point. They have husbandry. Well, that's because Marklanders was floating food, so might as well queue husbandry when you can. Pikemen inside of the ram. The ram is going to go down. The tower will not, but the pikemen could camp this tower foundation and still be annoying. They have the defense upgraded as well, so they'll withstand villager attacks a little bit more here. Might even see some villager kills here. Not many eco kills this game so far. Siege workshop being dropped by Marklanders here, but it doesn't have gold to make siege weapons here. It still keeps the knights alive, which is good news. You could use that mobility and still idle economy on next level side, but it's next level with the momentum here. Looks like it's going to take out that tower as well, and possibly one villager along the way. So adding a scorpion would be able to get multiple hits in on villagers if they try to take out the pikes here as well. But he's playing Ethiopians and he hasn't made a single archer so far, so he wants to win this game with style. He's on the stone here to the left side for Mark Ladders. He loves his stone, wants to get those defensive castles up, towers and castles, and it's certainly been working for him throughout this tournament. But is it going to be enough? It's no gold investment. They both have 2 TCs. Next lever keeps a 6 or 7 builders lead at this point, since neither of them have wheelbarrow, and the only criticism here being having only double with axe, which hurts the income quite a bit. Work in garrison houses, so you should be able to hide away from these pikemen. Third town center on the woodland as well. So just securing the wood access here. What's the scouting like on the sides here though? We need to see if there's any gold to be taken here. DD in the chat, hello. Good evening. Just in time for the 7th game for the final. Nice of you to stop by. Doing alright, thank you. The internet has been a little bit unpredictable lately. Not good for a streamer, but aside from that, it's good. It's pretty cool to have a tournament bracket final go to a 7th game as well. Then I've done something right as the organizer to have comparable skill levels. Ram being out here, you could garrison pikemen for further movement as well, movement speed as well, and in a sense the attack speed as well. Knights are still alive, but the pikes will deal with that if they are allowed to. Nice repair micro there, the mangonel about to complete. Could get both of the scorpions. Oh! Nice! Yeah, getting too cold in the country house. Yeah, it's getting cold now, huh? There's snow in Norway now. I don't like it. Good luck, have fun, Jesus. Thank you, thank you. Oh, so that's why he's not been taking gold over here. He's been taking out the power with the mangonel, now ready to get back on the gold. Eco seems to have stabilized a bit for Mark Landers, but he's behind in villager count still. Next lever needs to keep the aggression up, and Pike Siege push seems to be the way to go here. Mangonels taking out mangonels, and you have rams and scorpions to take out buildings as well. Uh-oh, could be a free kill for Mark Landers here. Oh, next lever reacts, good reaction. Huang style siege push here, just missing the monks. Looks like one stable will be going down, but Mark Landers has abandoned the cavalry idea anyway. The only army currently being a mangonel. Oh, 1 for 2? 1 for 2! Amazing there for Mark Landers, taking out 2 mangonels with 1 in a lapse of attention from next level here. Comfortable score lead though, 4 extra. Now finally TCing some golds over here as well, or hunt and stone and whatnot, as Mark Landers finds the side gold as well. These players are so slow with their pushes. There's been good opportunity for next level to close this out, keep denying wood, but he's allowing Mark Landers to move about and relocate, and I'm not sure if next lever has scouted the sides here either to know what's going on. There are 2 more town centers going up for the Khmer, and once the Khmer get that instant farming economy rolling, it's going to be a huge concern. That's a castle going up on the core economy of Mark Landers. Couple of tiles to passive maybe. Oh, does he get the foundation? Almost got the castle foundation here. But 1 for 1 mangonel there. This castle will very likely complete, because there are no less than 16 builders building it. Castle allowing for Shotel warriors to pop out and raid for next lever as well, and more importantly providing cover fire for the siege push to take out at least this TC. Yeah, so the scouting still not as good as it could have been for either player here. They need to get some idea what's going on around the edges as well. If Mark Landers is still able to make siege, it has to mean he has more than one builder on gold, right? So he must have expanded. He's back on the shorefish as well, but I think the pikemen are about to discover that, so they'll go out to deal with that soon enough. Any more siege weapons added? No military being added by next level at all right now. No shuttles, no siege weapons. In fact, at this point, it would almost make more sense to to target the market. Knight can't really engage against that Mangonel. He will die to the castle fire before he gets that far. Back on the Knight production for Mark Landers, I think he's got the right idea in one way, because the mobility of Knights, you could obstruct the economy at home base and force next level to pull some of the army back home, but now he's losing the starting location here and losing most of the farming economy. The shorefish will be found soon enough by some of next level's units as well. Maybe just queue a couple of showdowns, right, and then have a look at the shorefish economy. You could get lots of kills there at that very exposed economy. And at the same time, you will force Mark Landers to use the Knights defensively. Town center goes down. Next level almost with enough resources to drop a TC. Could actually build a TC here and just steal all of these farms if he feels like it. I think it's just going to... maybe he wants to take them or take the gold. Yeah, he's going to steal the farms. Does Mark Landers react in time? If Mark Landers doesn't delete these farms in time, that's going to be 9 pre-farms for next level. But it's a good TC anyway, because he secures this gold. Pikemen doing their thing as well. Mark Landers now playing the cavalry against lots of Ethiopian crossbows. And the Showtail warriors are out as well. Oh, most of the farms stolen here, yeah. Showtail, yes, 16 plus 1 attack, and the defense is in here as well, so it's going to be tough for the Knights to deal with that. 4 town centers producing for next level now, claiming more and more of the map. Did not find this area yet, but as these lumberjacks keep lumberjacking, you'll be getting some idea of what's going on over here. The shorefish economy should be exposed by the Showtails as well. They're slowly but steadily moving out, but until they reach critical mass, they will be focused down by Knights here, so next level will need to get more of the Showtails on the move if he's going to contest a few Knights that are on the field. At this point, Mark Landers needs to bail on the cavalry idea, and actually should have done quite a while ago, made the switch here, maybe go into the ranged line units, where they don't get Fambring, but they do get Bracer and they do get Arblest. So you'll be able to deal with the infantry units with that for sure. You slay the Showtails and the pikemen alike. Lots of teal on the map, but yeah, it's found a TT in the middle here as well. So that will probably be the next target of the siege weapons here. So little army being added though. There's plenty of resources in the bank. Maybe next level is aiming for the Imperial Age here now. But without army to close this game out, Mark Landers is going to struggle, or is going to have a potential for comeback like several of the other maps we've seen in this tournament. Lots of exposed economy here, Knights going down as well, Siege Workshop possibly going down to the Showtails. There are units all over the place as Mark Landers tries to get some raids in, but there are pikemen here to deal with those. And the Precious Knights will be going down with very few army. It's 3 military to 20 here, so that might explain why next level isn't adding that many. It's got 5 town centers pumping guilders now, going into a giga boom here just to flex on the economy lead he already has. It's got 50 villagers more now, and still got the shorefishers working as well for food income. Could essentially buy Imperial Age at this point and not worry more about it. Still insisting on knights here, getting the attack upgrades, but no bloodlines. Nearly enough stone for another castle, but not enough just yet. About to get that 650. Not sure where next lever goes next. Maybe he wants to try and claim some of no, Mark Landers goes next. Maybe he wants to try and claim some of next levers, land over here and provide some counter aggression. No, another TC, so we're not going to see the castle just yet. That castle could go here, securing the edge here and then to expand on it later. But the eco and especially the military situation is not looking very comforting for Mark Landers. It's down to half of the population of next lever, as next lever is also going to the Imperial Age. And doubling up on the barracks, reacting to the cavalry play of the Khmer player here. Rotel's providing a bit of scouting here. It actually moves decently like a scouter. 120 movement rate. Just getting some vision in the corners. One stray unit here. Good use of the stray Shotels, I'd say, to claim more vision on the map. You'd have the Ethiopians outpost as well. Could be an idea to get more vision here. Here comes another castle. Obstructing the middle control of Mark Landers here now. And Trebuchets might enter the game soon enough with 1 minute to go for the Imperial Age. Food and gold eco almost non-existent for Mark Landers. Is still insisting upon the cavalry play. He's got 5 knights and he's getting bloodline for those 5 knights. And getting light cab, hoping to get into light cab and hussar spam, but that's not easily going to happen with 12 builders working on food for Mark Landers, unfortunately. It's being pushed towards the edge of the map. It's going to take an amazing hold to survive this, but look at the resource bank of next lever. The only fault that could be made of next lever at this point is the lack of units. There's so much resources, food and gold in the bank, but no particular units made. Maybe we'll see some torsion engine siege here from the Ethiopians. Is going for the halberdier and the plate parting armor here, which is a good call as long as there's still cavalry on the field from Mark Landers. And that should mean that we'll be seeing some trebuchets or bombard cannons eventually as well. So builders fleeing to the edge yet again here. Halberdier count increasing. See a cap tram in the queue. Might see sea tram as well. Another castle on the edge here as well. Next lever claiming the middle now. Mark Landers is nowhere near an Imperial Age click. It's floating lots of wood. Could of course see shit tons of farms and get that light cap spam running against the rather slow civ that is the Ethiopians. But next lever is just so on top of things here. Look at all those TCs. He's about to build the 6th TC on another gold mine, and he's not going to let this game go, even if it's on Mark Landers' home map. So more towers, no castles and town centers coming up here. 5 on gold, securing a little bit more gold to this side. But next lever did see him take capped ram. Might be going to see tram here as well if the food economy allows. In the meantime, Mark Landers has been able to add some light cab here, and that's going to be an annoyance for next lever's economy. But look at that economy; it's nearly pop capped. He can easily afford to lose some builders here. Even preparing walls here now. We should be able to wall all the way to the middle actually to keep raids out. Is already got the middle walled, so right hand side should be secure with castles and walls here. Where are the siege weapons? First trebuchet is out. Just a quick check to see if he's got siege engineers as well. Not yet, even though it's... yeah, it's maybe not affordable currently. But wait for a little bit of wood income and you should be able to. Second trap in the queue as well. We'll make quick work of this TCN castle and the castles. I mean, Marklanders just clicked Imperial Age. It's only at 81 population. Only got 5 military. I just don't think he can withstand and survive this push no matter the defensive capabilities here. It's more showtels being added. Could raid, could take out the stables over here. And the light cav, they're not really having much success here, are they? Only 28 farms. And even if they are Khmer farms, they will have limited success against the 7 town centers of the Ethiopians player right now. No murder holes on the castle, which means you can take out the foundation with melee units, should you like to as well. Are they elites? No, they're just showtels. Siege Ram is in as well, and this farming economy will be hit by the showtel warriors. GG, congrats, says Marklanders. Good sportsmanship there. Next lever takes the 4th 2 games, 2 games, 1 game, 2 games. Very nice. Full 7 game final here for Chaos Cup Bracket 5. GG, well played to both, and especially congrats to Next Lever. So let's have a look at the stats here. All kinds of technologies here. A little bit slow to the push, Next Lever. Could have added siege weapons sooner, I think. Not stress that halberdier upgrade that much. Maybe just the last armor upgrade. Stay with the pikes for a bit longer and just prioritize siege instead. And keep pushing. That would not have given Marklanders nearly as much time to go into the light cab, but if you look at the stats here, it's been ahead most of the game, right? Almost all of the game. That Man-at-Arms opening did so much damage to the economy of Marklanders, and it's only uphill from there for our yellow player. Economy is deceivingly similar. It's 8k resources. You'd think it was a lot more in difference here with all of the town centers and the 150 almost villagers of Next Lever. I did lose a few, but doesn't matter that much. Feudal and Castle Age timings similar here, but Marklanders struggling a long time for gold in the late Feudal, early Castle Age onwards. But absolutely GG well played on both parts here. So nice to have a full 7 game final.